The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Untested they fall, dancing on strings to the anti-white call. Ignorance cloaked as a beacon of grace, while children are taught to loathe their own race. Arrogant hordes rotten to the core, you push our children to bleed even more. Selfish, weak and vile in your ways. The West burns while you bask in the blaze. Chase feelings to follow the lie, blind to the truth as our culture dies. Pretending you're pure, pretending you care, as you shelter your minds from the guilt you can't bear. Arrogant hordes rotten to the core, you push our children to bleed even more. Selfish, weak and vile in your ways. The West burns while you bask in the blaze. But to chase feelings, to follow the lie, blind to the truth as our culture dies. Pretending you're pure, pretending you care, as you shelter your minds from the guilt you can't bear. At your door, when the echoes of history demand so much more, will you stand there in silence, still clinging to lies, or crumble in terror as your narrative dies? screaming applause, but your downfall awaits written in the laws. Anti-white women, your legacy shame. You scorch your own future in your poisonous flame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Oh man, that new song by great Slaughtz is Kick-Ass Fire. Feature stories today: Israeli war grows, telegrams, Pavel Durov arrested, mass German stabbings, free homes to migrants, and much, much more. Go free lesson of the day: heresy, social lynching, and anti-white tribunals. What does all that even mean? You'll learn and see how it can empower you. Your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there's this. I found out two things today. The first is that kitchen sex can be really wild. The second thing I found out today was that McDonald's staff can be really narrow-minded. And we are going free. Ladies and gentlemen, as I'm still putting things together. It's great to see you all today. It is 5 p.m. in the great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And these are the days that we recapture our destiny. What an epic song, new song that was by the great Slaughtz at the beginning today. Just hitting, is banging, is fire. Great to see everybody here today. If you would like to participate over the course of this gathering, I would like you to do so. You can tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt across any of the numerous platforms that we are on. And please reach out to your friends and your circles of influence. Let them know that we are indeed having a going free gathering today. What is it? It's a practice. It's a style of communication that enables us to recapture our destiny from the anti-whites. And we have been proven successful many times over. It is replicable. It is scalable. It is the future. There is no resisting what we are doing here in service to white well-being. If you would like to financially gift over the course of this gathering, I would like you to do so. You can do so at Entropy, which is up and running. You can also do so at Odyssey, which is up and running as well. D-Live is up and running. Rumble is up and running. Cash App is up and running. Subscribe Star is up and running on all of those platforms. You can financially gift yours truly. You can also financially gift me by heading on over to nowhiteguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab and you will see cryptocurrency options. You will also see a snail mail address. And maybe most importantly of all, if you would prefer a tax-deductible donation, a financial gift to yours truly, you can head on over to the Foundation for whitewellbeing.com or .org. You can also find the link for that at nowhiteguilt.org. Please, when you financially gift a tax-deductible U.S. donation, cite yours truly, No White Guilt, NWG, Jason Kuna, the guy in red this past Sunday, whatever it is. Tag me so that the funds will head to yours truly. And we're looking forward to hearing from you, especially all of you wealthy white people out there. I know I can see you back there. You're listening. I can see you. I know where I've sent things that you purchased before in very Monokian type of locations. And maybe I've seen you and I'm still looking at you. Wealthy places around the world. So if you are watching, then I know you've got the money to financially gift and help us elevate this from where we are today, achieving inimitable success around planet Earth, across Western civilization, taking on the ideology, anti-whiteism, the phenomenon anti-whiteism that has defeated the West. This is the only way to take back what is rightfully ours and to save our race, in particular our white babies, from the sanguinary end that the anti-whites would like to see visited upon them. God bless every single one of you. Big salutes. What a day it is. It's Sunday. Things are happening. It's glorious to be here with all of you. We have many things to talk about over the course of this gathering. But I want you to remember, whether you are on YouTube or you are on Entropy or you are on the live chat on Twitter, which I'm seeing, the thread on Twitter, which I'm seeing, please, on these different platforms, let folks know that we're live. Because we are indeed an actual legitimate resistance to anti-whiteism. We defeat it, which makes perfect sense that they would silence us, that they wouldn't talk about us, that they would slander us, that they would undermine, right? Instead of these others who claim to be a resistance, but who are talked about in Newsweek and Time and foreign TV. It's kind of like, almost like they want a particular group or groups to be the resistance to themselves. I wonder what kind of group they would pick to talk about, to be the resistance to themselves. Maybe a bunch of Muppets, maybe a bunch of pin-headed dingleberries, probably because they would not want to bring people's attention to an actual resistance that literally undermines their ideology and what they're doing. You need to let folks know it is up to you. Be the algorithm. And I'm looking forward to seeing what you have to say. Tag me as @ No White Guilt or just No White Guilt. It'll light up a certain color, whatever platform it is. But I'll be keeping my eyes open because this is about learning. It's about education. In fact, I'll start right off by pointing out that somebody asked, and I didn't get a chance to respond to them yet, on Twitter, They were saying on Twitter, on the tweeting Twitter, they were asking, what's the difference between saying anti-whites and anti-white haters and anti-whiteism? Why does it matter? Why is anti-whiteism the smartest thing to go? Because it is a phenomenon. We need to help you. We need to pull you out. We need to grab you by your britches and yank you up by your britches. And maybe we'll grab the back of the underwear and we'll pull you up so that you can see there isn't a person that you can get rid of. There aren't a collection of people that you can get rid of and change this. You have to address the phenomenon. And the root of the phenomenon is found in ourselves, in selfish individualism. We have to address that. And we need to talk about all of our problems from the point of view that these are sickness, a weakness, an attack on our people as a whole, and therefore, thereby, we attain individual well-being. This is the only way. You can continue to prattle along the outside. You can continue with all of these forgotten, useless, garbage ideologies and vehicles. You can continue with all of that, and it's all been losing all along. You can listen to the little splendid dilettantes who show up every day, the half-wits. They show up, a new dilettante every day pops up like weeds in the garden. They pop up, and you can listen to them, and you can say, well, this is a new person saying the same old thing. Maybe I'll get a different result. No, you won't get a different result. You're going to have to stay here. You're going to have to go with something new, original, that's working and has been working for decades now. And welcome to you all. Great to be with you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our first item. The IDF says Israel hit thousands of Hezbollah launchers. Lebanon, one dead. One dead. We'll put this up on the screen here in just a moment. Israel Defense Forces, IDF, said Sunday that it had hit. This began last night for us. It was morning for them. And I'll start off by saying something that is perhaps upsetting for some. I'm sick and fucking tired of hearing about Israel and Israelis. My whole life has been nothing but on the news. There have been wars around the world. There have been wars in Europe. In European countries, there have been more. And at no point in my entire life have I had a particular people in a particular country just endlessly shoved it down my throat. Outside, no concern for the United States. No talking about the United, no talk about Americans. Every single time. So last night, the news comes on. And if you'll just excuse me, I'm getting right off the bat here with some hostility. Some hostilities. Because last night, I'm trying to do my thing. I turn on the TV, no sound. I'm just eating. I'm doing some reading. And I'm doing some reading on the TV screen as the news has the scroll going on along the bottom there. It's got the crawler going. And then all of a sudden, it's like, Israel's at war. What can we do? Nothing. Nothing. Let them do it themselves. They want to fight every fucking body around them. Let them fucking do it. Let them fight. I don't give a shit how it ends up. Let them fucking fight. There are people in the United States who are like, well, you know, we got to kind of balance them with the Arabs. No, we don't got to do shit. We don't have to do shit. Let them butcher fucking each other out there. Now, I'm concerned for the innocent people on both sides. Genuinely don't want innocent people being harmed. But this is a fight that these people just need to have out. They need to have, and the bottom line, and I know there are people in the United States that are saying, and in Europe who would also be embroiled, and they're saying, no, we cannot because we'll get embroiled. No, let's get rid of this this imperative that we have to get embroiled. It's not our country. And all of these talking heads, they endlessly, they want to bring up Israel and what's going on with it and the ally Israel all the time. The liberty, whatever you do, don't search the liberty. Big ally over there in the Middle East. You know what? Can take care of shit yourselves. Here's another thing, another double standard when it comes to anti-whiteism and how non-white people and white people are treated. Non-white people, like Jews, are able to attack other people that they think are getting ready to attack them. And everybody says, well, it's non-whites. They're able to do it. They're allowed to do it. Oh, everybody else is allowed to do it. White people preemptively attack somebody else, and anti-whites, including white anti-whites, are absolutely going to melt down with, look at the evil of the white race. You know what? My opinion is we as white people should attack people that we can see are going to attack us. And I don't mean just militarily. I mean at the local school board. I'm not talking about here physically. When you see anti-white show up, attack and undermine them in every conceivable way. There is zero room for anti-whiteism. Just like as far as the Israelis are concerned, there is zero room for Iranians and Hezbollah and Hamas. And okay, zero room for anti-whiteism. You show up as anti-whites, we're going to do everything we can to destroy you, to get you out of the picture, because we know the attack is inevitable. There is no more sitting around and waiting for. We're going to be talking about some First Amendment and free speech and all of this kind of stuff in a minute. And I might have some takes. If you know me well, you're going to know what's going to be coming. If you don't, maybe you're new here, and you think I'm going to come out of the gates as one of these free speech and all scenarios. You'll see in a minute. You'll see what I'm talking about when we get to it. But I have the exact same mentality for the white race. The exact same. So when I see this stuff, I say to myself, what about me and my people? What about me and my people? That's what I say when I see this. And I say, okay, we can attack anybody that we believe are going to come after us. And that's anti-whites of all races, including the white race, but even the Jewish anti-whites. If we can see they're getting ready to come after us, well, then preemptively, we can go after them. They have gone after, and Hezbollah are terrorists. They're a vicious, violent gang, and they have weaponry, and that's what they are. I have no sympathy for them. I don't have a dog in that fight. I don't give a shit about that dog fight. That's how much I'm concerned about it. And that's, if you care about white people, that's where you should be too. Anybody coming to you saying nationalism for white people is choosing a side between these different non-white groups is no friend of yours. They are Pied Pipers, and they primarily, in most cases, what they are just people who hate Jews on the basis of their birth, not on the basis of what a Jew might do, but on the basis of the Jew being born a Jew. And so they're just going to side with every Arab. The same people. I'm getting started right away. I got to tell you, this really just irritated the living shit out of me last night, and it's carried through. It's carried through to today. These are the same people that are gutting our little girls, our women, our boys, slicing their necks open. Yeah, how about the recent video that I just saw? What was it, day before yesterday or whatever? The guy pushing a pram, and one of these anti-white Arabs slits his throat open on the side of the street, and blood is gushing everywhere. And the guy, of course, immediately in shock. He's trying to like throw his arm up against it and confronts. Never do that. Remember, we talked about, you got your family, you got your child, you just get away. You don't contend. You don't, especially when one of these savage anti-white beasts are out there and they're there to kill you. They hate white people. Open up your eyes, white people. It's not about being British. It's not about being German, unless those things are, which they are, fundamentally about being white. But it's not about the ethnicity. It's about you being a white person. That's what it's about. So the guy's doing this, he's got his shot the whole life or whatever, and he sits there. He had children to raise or a wife to take care of or whatever, to be a good husband, father, etc. And he's doing this with his arm like a clown, like it's in Hollywood. Not being hard on him. It's an admonition to all of you. And then all of a sudden, the blood's like pouring down out of his fucking throat. The same nationalists that will tell you that, well, these people are problems. Yeah, they're problems, but we cheer for them. We cheer for them if they're fighting Jews. Those people are you need to abandon them immediately. There is no alliance. There is no building alliances or building friendships. There is no common enemy. The only thing the white race has is a victimizer called anti-whiteism. Every individual who picks up that ideology is our victimizer. That's the only ideology and people we need to concern ourselves with. What is Islam? I don't even give a shit. Where it's anti-white, it gets crushed. Do you see how the thinking works in real men and women of the West? So last night, once again, from child, I can remember being a child, sitting, like 6 inches from the television and getting totally irradiated. And the parents are like, get away from the TV. And they're like, well, Israel, again, we're talking about Israel. What can we do for Israel? How much more money? How much more food? How much more weapons? How nice can we make it for Israel? Zero. That's what we can do. They want to have these fights in the Middle East. They want to fight every one of their neighbors, and every one of their neighbors dislikes them. Have it out, bitches. Have it out. Threaten us. Like little Benny did, threaten nuclear war. Well, then I guess we might have to first strike, because that's the jungle. That's how it works. Israel just showed the way. You going to threaten us with some sort of, you nuke Europe or something? Well, my friends, I'm afraid we can get there a lot quicker then. I mean, maybe we have the Kennedy files will come out. We'll learn a little bit more. Remember, Trump, he's just said, oh, we'll open up the Kennedy. We'll actually open them up this time. Let's see if he actually does it. I doubt he will. But do you remember in 2015, he said, oh, we're going to open up the Kennedy files. And then they didn't. They gave a little peek at a couple. And they said, well, big time risk to very important partners globally. And I wonder who they could be. I wonder who has got to be kept secret. So once again, the news is completely occupied with how good are the Israelis doing? Are they doing good? Are they all good? Are they all safe? What more can America do? Nothing. Israeli Defense Forces, and I don't care that they launched their attack and struck this Hezbollah in Lebanon. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit at all. And they can go ahead and have their conflict. Bottom line, though, is we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do no threats. Anti-whiteism obliterated. Well, we haven't done anything to you yet. You were getting ready to, bitches. You were getting ready to. The Israeli Defense Forces said Sunday that it had hit thousands of Hezbollah rocket launchers in southern Lebanon in a pre-dawn preemptive strike to thwart an attack on Tel Aviv. Lebanon reported 1 dead in the attack. In a statement, the IDF said approximately 100 Israeli Air Force fighter jets directed IDF intelligence struck and destroyed thousands of Hezbollah rocket launchers barrels and that were located and embedded in southern Lebanon. Now, for everybody here, I got to jump into, because there are going to be a lot of content creators out there that are going to misdirect you away from white well-being, that are going to take you away from productive work for yourself, psychologically, physically, spiritually, productive work for yourself. Go free. This is what it's all about. You got to address the poisons in your system, and it's a way of having a conversation with everybody else in the world that recaptures our destiny. Would you like to do that? Or would you like to sit around and just complain about people who are born Jewish for the rest of your life, you fucking losers? All right? There are people out there, and also conservative content creators, who are going to say, well, this is going to be World War III. Look at it again. They had a war already. Unless I'm wrong, didn't they already have a war? Didn't they have like a 30-day war in 2006? Didn't already Hezbollah and Israel go at it for like 30 days or more? Not long. It wasn't 2 months. And it was a stalemate. Now, why was it a stalemate? Israel could have just obliterated them. absolutely obliterated them, but they were fighting with one arm behind their back. Israel's a first world military. The other side is thuggish, terrorist bastards with armaments given them, and they buy from different places around the world, including Iran. So that's all they are. So I don't care. But they fought. Was there a world war? Did it break out into world war? So just keep that in mind. I'm not saying that it couldn't get bigger, but just as I discussed previously, when you had the Iran strike, which was absolutely intended, we talked about it before. It was just a complaint because the leaders of Iran got into that position to be the leaders because they want to be in charge. They want the power. They want the sex. They want the drugs. They want the kids to rape, whatever it is that they do. I don't know what they do. Maybe they do. Maybe they don't. But the bottom line is they want to be alive. And they know that a war with Israel means a war with the United States and the United Kingdom and Germany and France and Italy and others, and therefore death. And therefore certain death. I mean, Israel can set bombs off in their capital, in their private quarters for the love of God. They want to be alive. They're not going to war, all right? The only way there's going to be a war with Iran, in my opinion, I mean, it could roll out numerous ways. The bottom line is that it's going to have to be an invasion, and there'll have to be some faked casus belli to go to war. Whatever. We don't have power over that. So what's the use in you and me and everybody you know? You don't know anybody who has power to change that. So what's the use in sitting around talking about it? You might as well talk about that comet or meteor that's 2036 that's coming and is going to have a close pass by planet. Or you might as well talk about that it could hit the Earth. And then mathematically, they think absolutely the next time around it will hit Earth. So you could sit around talking about that. You don't have any power over that either. What a waste of your time. Or you could do something productive. You're welcome. Thanks for showing up. You could do something productive. So they fought before. They fought before, and it was a stalemate. And as I said, Israel was fighting with 2 legs, 1 arm, and 4 fingers of 1 hand behind their back. And it was a stalemate. And of course, true to form when it comes to the Arab Middle East, it was from their leaders. They're like, we fought them and defeated them and dragged them and fought them to their knees, and now the seas are blood. And shut the fuck up. Shut up. Why is it so hard to find a content creator that doesn't give a shit about either side? That just the side he's taken is the white racist side. Why is that so hard to find? The Lebanese media reported 1 dead in the attack, according to the Times of Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu issued a statement. My whole life, I got to listen to this Hebrew shit. My whole life. I'm an American, born in the once great state of Virginia, a magical place. Can you learn all about Virginia, bitches? I don't want to hear your Hebrew shit. My whole life, I've been listening to it on the TV coming out of Washington, D.C. about how important it is for the United States. We got to go fight for you. Do you realize this? Americans are sick of it. Trump campaign. Are you hearing me? Americans don't give a shit. We are sick of being dragged in to the Middle East. If you want to do something in the Middle East, then let's go ahead and send a force down there, and let's go ahead and take a third of the oil-rich Kuwait and Iraq, whatever it is. Let's just take them for us, and let's just pump the oil free. You got an energy issue? Why? I mean, we're always talking about these other people and their rights and their everything. We drew those countries. White people drew those countries on a map. The only reason the Arab intelligentsia, if you will, if you can call it that, has all of these trillions of dollars is because we pay them for something we could just fucking take. We showed up and they were living, their kingdoms were in tents. They were intense, and you could identify the leaders, the kings, by the number of camels they had. We could just take all that shit. If you want to do something for Americans in America and white people in the Middle East, let's just take the oil. No more conversations about, well, they're so wealthy now, and now we got to handle them with kid gloves, and we got to be in there incessantly talking about and concerned with the Israelis and what's going on in each of their, all the way up every single Israeli ass. Worried about us. That's where it should be. And defensive first strikes are the norm. Don't anybody try to tell me that it's not okay for the white race to do it too. Don't anybody bother. And don't anybody either condemn Israel for, what are they supposed to sit around and wait for their civilians to be killed by these missiles streaking into their country? You're going to condemn them for that. So, and also it's not going to serve you any if you're going to say it's immoral to first strike in defense. And then you're going to wait to be struck yourself. Idiots. Netanyahu issued a statement from the, here comes some more Hebrew. Is it Kiryat, Israelis military headquarters in Tel Aviv? Translated from Hebrew. Nice. Thanks. So I wouldn't have to read it. Let me try to read it in Hebrew for you. Sorry. I'm short on my Hebrew. This morning we identified Hezbollah preparations to attack Israel. In consensus with the defense minister and the IDF chief of staff, we directed the IDF initiate actions to eliminate the threat. Good for them. I'm all for that. Go ahead and destroy the weapons of the folks who were going to murder the Israeli citizens. Again, I'm for all of the innocent parties on both sides everywhere to be safe, to form wonderful memories, to have wonderful families and celebrations and the stomping on the glass wrapped up in the cloth and all of this sort of, but whatever it is that you want to do, I don't care. I want you to have a wonderful life and wonderful memories, not at my expense. And I want to hear about your problems my entire exit. Never are we talking on the news. And now to any Israeli who might watch this, please understand where I'm coming from. Never are we on the news in my country. It's supposed to be my country. I get it. It's anti-whites. But in this country, the United States, never are we talking about the victimization of white people. Never are we talking about how the world has to protect white people. Never are we. But my whole life, hearing about you guys. So as you can imagine, I'm a little fed up. I'm a little fed up with hearing about you all and what white people have to do now for you all and what our countries have to do now for you all and how we have to move heaven and all of our battle groups have to go over for you all. And I got military family and friends, and I know all about all of the flights of our most advanced jets, helicopters, etc., over all of your enemies across the Middle East, wiping them out. I know about the use of the satellites, our satellites. They should be working for white people, but they're working for you. So you can understand how I'm a little sick and tired of it. Take care of yourselves, and I won't mind. You can go ahead and wipe them all out over there. I won't mind. Just go ahead and do it yourself. Since then, the IDF has been taking strong action to foil the threats. It has eliminated thousands of rockets that were aimed at northern Israel. It is thwarting many other threats and is taking very strong action, both defensively and offensively. Citizens of Israel, I request that you adhere to the directive from the IDF Home Front Command. We are determined to do everything to defend our country. Wouldn't it be nice if we had white leaders who said the same thing about Western kind and our countries? We are determined to do everything we can to defend our country, to return the residents of the North securely to their homes, and to continue upholding a simple rule: whoever harms us, we will harm them. God in heaven, Let leaders of the white race say as much. God in heaven, I got to tell you, I envy Israeli citizens. I envy them because they have leaders like this. I envy them that they have leaders like this. Why can't we? I want to emulate what the leaders of Israel do for their people. I want to emulate that for Western kind. Let's have white leaders that stand up. And this, when these Jewish leaders, when they say us, they're talking about them, right? Israel, they're talking about them. They're talking about Jews. In America and elsewhere, you hear when Donald Trump is talking about us, when even Musk talking about us, they're talking about this witch's cauldron of races, at which the very bottom is the white race, and they will not express concern for those people. Everyone else, they'll look at the Americans, and it'll be blacks, it'll be Jews, it'll be Arabs, it'll be mestizos, it'll be American Indians, it'll be all these things, except for the people who fucking create Western civilization, Western kind, except for us. I really got to, my whole life, you got to be able to, even if you are an Israeli and you hate the white race, you got to be able to empathize with where I'm coming from. You got to be able to say, for the love of God, I totally get where this guy's coming from. None of his leaders, his own leaders hate him. They're not leaders representing him. They hate him. They hate their own people. God in heaven, for a leadership that would talk like this about us. But I mean, it's how easy is that going to happen with the white race so willingly supporting, endorsing, paying for misleaders, misrulers that want to represent everybody else, or who want to cuss and slander Jewish people for being born Jewish. That's what you find in the white race. It's all this selfish, individualistic shit. That's all it is. And we're going to talk. We got so many points to demonstrate, so many things I can adduce to demonstrate how right I am in all of this. Absolutely, I am absolutely peerless. According to some reports, Hezbollah had been planning to launch a barrage of thousands. I saw a neat little thing the media did too. Wouldn't it be neat if the media did this for white people? Saw a neat little trick the media did where they showed footage of Hezbollah shooting missiles into northern Israel, and then showed footage of Israel striking targets in Lebanon. It happened the other way around. Israel struck targets in Lebanon, and then Hezbollah shot back. That's the way it played out. Again, I'm okay with them, the Israelis shooting to protect themselves. Fine with that. But wouldn't it be nice if the media, of course it won't, because everything's anti-white. Everything's anti-white. And it's driven by anti-whiteism. That's why we have to confront the ideology. Israeli authorities prohibited large public gatherings in the central and northern part of the country and advised people that while it was safe to go to work, of course, you got to go to work, right? Got to pay them taxes. Sunday is part of the work week in Israel. They should only do, of course it is. Of course, right? They should only do so if they had access to a bomb shelter. How would you like to live? That's somewhere that I can sympathize. I would not want to live in an environment where you have to go have a bomb shelter nearby. You're not allowed to go out of your house. Don't go out to the park. Don't go take a walk or whatever. You never know. I wouldn't want to live like that. And so, yeah, just go ahead and take care of these people. I'm sick and tired of hearing about it. You all go ahead, fight it out. This has been like, it's like being in a one of these thug high schools where they ship all the bad kids, right? It's like being in one of these thug high schools and you have these two bullies, and that's what they are. This bullshit, this narrative in America and across Europe that Israel is this gallant little, he's always just tiny and just try. Oh, please stop punching at me. Bullshit. You're a bully. All these countries in the Middle East are bullies. That's what it is. So you've got these two big-ass bullies. Israel is a big-ass combatant. When you have radiological, chemical, biological weapons, you have a first world military, and you're using it incessantly, it just goes on, and you're threatening, and it just goes on. You're just part of, that's the same behavior as the other bullies around you, the Arab country bullies. It's like having to suffer these two guys cussing each other for years, and they're going to beat each other's ass, and everybody's like, the ring keeps having to form, and the conversation is always, just do it. What's happening in the web? Where it matters for us. Do y'all have any thoughts about, tag me as No White Guilt? I'll take a look. I'm sure there are people who have thought. I know there are going to be people who are in the multiracial Jew-hating movement, which I absolutely have deep contempt for, because those people have, the white people there have no identity. They're shadow haunting the Jewish people because they have an actual identity. It varies. I mean, it's not one monolithic identity, but they have an identity, broadly speaking, and they just haunt them. In my whole existence of trying to stand up for the white race, I have been slandered and attacked and belittled and maligned and censored by this multiracial Jew-hating community. Even non-whites in that community slandering me as not being a good representative and defender of the white race because I didn't want to make my work for white well-being all about hating Jewish people who were born Jewish. So I'm sure there'll be some of those comments out there as well. I don't do that. We don't do that here. In fact, call you all to hell. You are not representative of the white race. So just understand that. I'm drawing the demarcating line in the sand. We represent the defense of white people against our victimization. We represent white well-being. You have nothing to do with it by slandering Jews. You have no power over who rules what, who owns what, who earns what, who stole what, and what can be done with divesting human beings or throwing human beings out of a country or whatever. You have no power to do that. So all of your conversation is useless, and useless conversations are held by useless people. You're not doing enough to represent white people. You need to be talking more about how evil Jews are. Go to hell. Go to hell. Meet me somewhere and I will fucking send you there. Nothing but losers. All right. We have Jen over here on Twitter saying hello. Hello to you, daughter of Eve over here. We want our leaders to have white well-being in mind. Absolutely. Very well said. Daughter of Eve. Yes, thank you for that. Shamuski saying amen over there. Great to see everybody over there. Anti-vilification League is over there. Great to see you. This is epic show so far. He says, God bless. Says ZXVI. Hello, hello, and welcome to you all. I'm just going to have a quick pan around, and we're going to get to our next item to see if there's anybody else who wants to say anything else about this and what's going to happen next. I would not place money on a war with, but if you want to bet me, and we can put all the money in escrow, then we can maybe talk about doing that, because I guarantee you all won't want to put your money where your mouth is about Iran initiating a war with Israel. Let's see. We have over there on Rumble, here for the gathering, says Nationless Nationalist. Great to see you. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. Great point. Israel policy of defense is a system that we as a people should copy. Absolutely. Without question. It is not immoral to protect yourself and your people. And that is what Israel did last night for us. Nobody on live tagging me. Somebody on D Live, though, saying, oy vey. Of course, that's not the language of the white race. I love when Jason's on fire. Gives me white hope and a breath of fresh air in life. God bless you. The West is the best. Says that over on Odyssey. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Who else is sick and tired? I mean, you don't have that's rhetorical question, because obviously everyone is sick and tired of hearing about what we can do for Israel. It's like it's the equivalent of what we can do for blacks, in particular black males. Our whole lives as white people, we've had to suffer that shit, and sick of it. It has nothing to do with being against any of these people on the basis of their birth or on the basis of their existence. Not even talking about whether or not they're anti-white. I'm just fed up. I don't want to hear about you all anymore. What we can do for you. Do for yourselves. In fact, if anything, do for us. Get to work for us. So let me see over here on YouTube. Make sure you share the gathering in your circles of influence. Cindy Ben, June, Ivan the Horrible. All the champions are showing up. Great to see you all. Shamuski says, I received my copy of Born Guilty yesterday. Thank you so much for the personal note, the stickers and cards, and for everything you do for white well-being and our people. Gratitude. And big gratitude back, my good brother. First Last says, shouldn't that be, I don't have a donkey in the fight. Yep, I don't have a donkey in the fight. LG saying, amen and agree. Hello to everyone who is here today. Quickly flying through. Jerome says, brilliant song earlier. Private Life says, posted No White Guilt shorts on YouTube and Odyssey channels for white well-being. Thank you so much, Private Life. Reach out and let us know where those are up so that we can have a look and retweet, repost. Appreciate it. Rune, cooking dinner with no white guilt. Nexus Moon says, did you think Russia would invade Ukraine when they had their troops staged on the border just before the invasion? Yeah, they had moved up into Belarus, a massive number of soldiers into Belarus prior to moving into Ukraine. And there were people out there who said, went on record, who said because they have this notion about Russia, Russian leadership, that they are for white people, and nothing could be further from the truth. Putin doesn't give a shit about white people. A shit about white facts. That's facts. He doesn't give a shit about white people. And we could explain why that is, but he doesn't give a shit. So all of these so-called like white nationalists and whatever they want to call themselves, they all went on record saying, no, there'll be no invasion. They're just defending themselves against the Judeo-West. And then he invaded. And now we have what we object to here, and that is brothers' wars, white men killing each other, white boys even killing each other. That's what we object to. You have two factions of anti-white oligarchs at conflict in Ukraine, between Ukraine, Russia, these Ukraine proxy state for the U.S. That's what's happening. So we want the conflict to end as soon as possible, which is why it will be good to get Trump in office. Otherwise, this is just going to continue to march down the exact same until the white race is bled dry once again. Cool Papa J Magic is here. True, real, based. Real. So do you see what we discussed here relative to, and this is another important takeaway that comes to this international news. We have a conversation about Israel's preemptive attack on Hezbollah. Hezbollah probably was getting ready to launch missiles. They've launched missiles and drones and all for forever, right? So they probably were. No reason to not believe it. Anybody out there saying, oh, it's just a Israeli story about what was whatever. And what did we do? What position did we talk about it from? Not from the position of a do-nothing who has no power over one side or the other and just wants to cuss one side or the other side. Rarer, it's the other side. But wants to just cuss one side for the benefit of what? For the accomplishment of what? For the productive work of what? Nothing whatsoever, right? We talked about us. We talked about our well-being. We talked about what we're obviously the totality of them. The vast majority of people are sick of Israel and the Arab conflicts. We're sick of it. We don't want to pay for it. We don't want to fight in it. We don't want to have anything to do with it. You know how it ends? It doesn't end by saying that Jews, people who are born Jews, are awful because they were born that way. The way it ends, and if you don't believe that's the case, well, why don't you just go back for hundreds of years and see how slandering people for being born Jewish has done for you? Has that worked for you? Or are we where we are today, even though all that was done? Even though beloved American icon geniuses and industrial genius philanthropists, people like Henry Ford, with an almost entire white population, 90+% white population, that definitely saw themselves and as a people who had a culture, even if they were selfishly individualistic, which they were, they still saw. Nowadays, white population rapidly diminishing, don't even believe we have a culture anymore. They can't articulate a single thing for our culture. And you think, well, it's just going to be some more slandering of Jews. That will do it then. Knock, knock, dipshit. Anybody home? Harry Dingleberry? Anybody home? That's their actual name, many of them, actually. First name Harry, last name Dingleberry. And that's how they introduce themselves at bars to women. No wonder they don't get any sex. They're like, oh, it's going to take some more. No, the way that the United States, the UK, Germany, and the rest, the way that we stop being abused and used as an attack dog in the Middle East for Israel is when we stand up and say that doesn't serve the well-being of the white race. When we have an identity as a single people with many countries, and we are seeking individual well-being by way of group well-being, we say to ourselves when confronted with anything, how does this benefit us? How does it benefit us? And at this point, a clear examination of what's happening in the Middle East doesn't benefit us. Then it ends. So everybody out there who've been hoodwinked and bamboozled by the multiracial Jew-hating content creators, everyone out there that's been hoodwinked and bamboozled by those people, it's now time to open your fucking eyes and see that it isn't going to end by slandering Jews. Our servile obsequiousness to Israel and everybody getting on their feet in Congress. Oh, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of both sides, both parties. That doesn't end with slandering Jews, shits, dingleberries, midget sticks. What do I got to do? How many years, how many generations, how many decades, how many lives have to go by with them on their feet and applauding and celebrating every Israeli leader that comes over, and you're slandering the Jews and it doesn't end? How long? It ends when we take up our own well-being, when we get into our own story, and we get into our own story by way of the concepts that we wield in our thought and conversation. It's that easy. It just has to be done. That's it. That's it. Then when they show up, They're treated like any other leader and any other leader that shows up. Then we say, what are you going to do for us? Or how can we actually be friends instead of sycophants, toadies, truckling at the teat of Israel? What then can we do as friends, as actual friends? What are you going to do for us, my friend? What are you going to do for us in the Middle East? You're for all those years, it was in the conservative circles and Republican circles, it was, oh, their intelligence, you see, is the Israeli intelligence, best intelligence on planet Earth. They know all things, and it's human intelligence. So they're actually inserted everywhere, except October of last year. And so their intelligence sucks, to use a colloquialism. It sucks. And so what can you do for us, my friends? Hat in hand, what can you do for us? That's how it ends, bitches. This is what a real leader of the West looks like. But what do we have going on in this country? While busy slandering people for being Jewish, for being born Jewish, and any Jewish people who want to fight anti-whiteism with us, you're welcome here. Just like any other person out there. Non-white people, all non-white people, including Jews, you're welcome to help us fight anti-whiteism to save the West. Telegram founder Pavel Durov arrested at Paris airport. Now, this is the guy who created Telegram and VK, I think. But multi-billionaire, I think estimates of his wealth are around somewhere over 15 or so, $20 billion. How does he get so wealthy? Does anybody know? Not off of VK and Telegram. Where did all the money come from? He and his brother, Nikolai, as I recall, Nikolai created VK, and did they still own VK or did they sell that? And Telegram. And I don't know what's going on with Nikolai anymore, but this guy moved to some Arab country. It probably says in the article. But for some dumbass reason, he decided to go to France where there was a warrant for his arrest and decided to get off of the plane. Now, this was immensely stupid. And you look at these people. Who was the writer? Does anybody recall the writer? It was a famous writer. I think it was an American, famous author who said that the only difference between the fabulously wealthy and the middle class was money. They're no more intelligent. They were at the right place at the right time, maybe even born out of the right pair of legs. Right place at the right time. Now they have this money, more than you can think, more than you can imagine. That's the only difference. And my friends, that's the truth. If you hear these people, I've been to some pinky in the air dinners, and I've heard them speak. And I can assess intelligence rapidly. And one thing that speaks profoundly to me is that this guy even flew to France. Let's say he had to land. Let's say I wouldn't even get near their airspace, quite honestly. But what is it about France? Nothing. This is global anti-whiteism at work. Now, I'm not saying that Durov is oppositional to anti-whiteism. He could be anti-white too. The bottom line here is what I've talked about for decades, and what I want to just give a big FU to all the so-called leaders and content creators in the white sympathetic sphere, especially the explicit one, who are presented themselves over the years as real champions of our people, when really they ended up just being champions of themselves, didn't they? Champions of themselves. And sometimes the followers, they came to the right conclusion about these people, then they said, well, no, we should still support them being champions of them because they could be our mouthpiece. That's not how you take back your destiny. That's not how anti-whiteism defeated Western civilization, by there being this one champion. Give me a break. And I all along said, all that matters is the story we live under, not even reality. Because what even is reality? All that matters is the narrative. And what is that narrative? Say it with me, the anti-white narrative. Anybody who has heard me say anti-white narrative that is still calling it communism or Marxism or a narrative or the narrative, I will personally fight you. Because I'm sick of this shit. My world too, because you are an idiot, is going up in flames. And I'm not going to suffer your stupidity. All that matters is the narrative. And the devious anti-whites at the top of this infernal world that we have to live in, this infernal fiction that we have to live in, all of them, they understand this. With their money, they might be midwits. And they are, many of them. I mean, Durov, obviously a midwit, a rank midwit. But because of these decisions that he made that has gotten him arrested in France. But all that matters is the narrative. And what is at contention here, what's a dispute here, is who will control that narrative. Now, opposition to the anti-white narrative that isn't openly in service to white well-being should automatically be considered hostile to us. The Israelis would do this because they're smart. But white people are dumb. So they need to, I don't know, be beaten, have dogs sicked on them, be hit with fire hoses. What is it going to take, white people, if they are not openly advocating for white well-being? If Durov doesn't say, I'm doing this for white well-being, I object to anti-whiteism. If he's not saying that, then you automatically have to conclude that he is hostile to us, not a friend. And this subject matter of free speech is horse shit. It's total horse shit. It's what the weak do cringingly before the powerful. It's what the powerless do cringingly before the power holders. So what you're seeing with Durov is a conflict between fabulous wealth on both sides, and on one side, they also hold the weapons of the state. Now, what does this mean? What is Jason saying? You're not going to conclude the really two-dimensional stupidity of there are some people, and there are a few of these people, and they have the powers, and I can give you their names, or I'll just say they, and it'll be nice and vague. It'll be turbid for you. And then you'll keep coming back to me for more info on the they. No, Gers, it's the ideology of anti-whiteism. That is the power. That is what's behind. That's why they have the gravitational successes that they have. It's always working out well for them. I wonder how. Not because there are people with these intelligence and all-powerful constellation of connections to everything, every meter made in the world. No, because these are human animals programmed with an ideology, and given a specific context, behavior can be predicted accurately as a consequence of it. Now, you might not be smart enough to get it. You don't have to. You just have to be smart enough to follow what works. Okay? Dazzles, I think maybe I will name you Dazzles. If you're one of those people out there, you're little Dazzles, and you're like, but there's a peoples and they know, and they're doing these from their central hubs of whatever. Okay, Dazzles, we've had enough from you. Go play with the sequence and the bedazzlement gun and your glitter, whatever it is, we get it. But this is we're discussing reality here. So you have Durov decides, for whatever reason, and maybe more information will come out about this, but he lands in France, and we're going to take a look at the article in a moment, lands in France and gets off the plane, walks onto French soil. Anti-whites, anti-whiteism in the body of the French government, in the body of the airport authority, in the body of the European Union, are all working together because of the phenomenon of anti-whiteism. Not because there are orders from top down that if you just get rid of those people, all is well. Because of the phenomenon of anti-whiteism. And he gets arrested. And of course, what are the anti-whites charging? Well, pretexts. And the pretexts are probably true. But how can they be pretexts if they're true, Jason? Because they don't matter. What matters is the narrative. And Durov is providing an environment wherein people can discuss world events and politics, geopolitics, economics, etc., outside of a control of the controlled anti-white narrative. Don't make me come and fight you. These are the anti-whites. They control a narrative that victimizes white people. Why would you call it anything else? So, busy controlling that narrative, Durov creating an environment that they can't control, that's the problem. Not because he's at odds with anti-whiteism, not because there's a great resistance to anti-whiteism in Telegram. Please don't be this stupid. The people here won't be that dumb. But because it is outside of a prerequisite to controlling the minds of the cult members of anti-whiteism, the citizens of Western civilization. That is something that they automatically do. Why? Because it's something that the human brain automatically does. And if I were in charge, I would do the same thing. It would be natural. It is natural to simplify, to bring the strands together, to prevent anything that could undermine. These arguments that people make, this first freedom of speech, it's about freedom of speech. Anybody telling you that is either too dumb to listen to or lying to you, and therefore you shouldn't be listening to them. It's not about free speech. And if we are ever that dumb again, look at what happened in the West as a consequence of holding a principle that we created to be more important than the biospirit that created it, the people. Look at what ended up happening. You had white people at all of our major universities, white people in every single family circle. They should be allowed to have their opinion. They should be allowed. If we are going to be honored, if we are going to be true to our principles, we are more true to those principles if they victimize us. And I will show you how hard I will let these principles ram me in the ass. That's how true I am to the principles. And now, do they let you speak? Now, is there any opposition at universities or family circles that isn't immediately met with violent hostility? No. They were never going to honor freedom of speech. Idiots. You allowed a viper to wrap its coils, and it's not a people group. Again, it's not a particular group of industrialists that are sitting on top of the world pouring out fluoridated water onto the masses so they cannot even breathe the water. But if they do, they breathe the water, they will have horrible things that will happen to them. You see? Their little peepees will shrink even smaller. Look at their peepees now. They think they're little girls. Well, that's funny. My Tucker came into my German world ruler. That's not what's happening. You let an ideology that victimizes white people, that exists for the purpose of our harm in every imaginable way. By the way, I had another one of these idiots as an aside. We'll come right back to this freedom of speech bullshit in a minute, because Durov is no better than Musk when it comes to a freedom of speech. Side with me, world. Side with me. What's his accent? I don't know. Side with me. Because I'm just for your right to speak. Billionaire? I don't think so. Billionaire? No, I don't think so. I don't identify with you at all, billionaire. No, my life has been hard as shit. And tens and scores and hundreds of millions of white people's lives have been hard as shit. And now you want me to come get your back? How about you f yourself? How about that, billionaire? Absolutely not. But I had this imbecile show up and say, how can you have white erasure without genocide? Listen, I'm beginning to wonder if these people are feds, if these people are anti-whites. How do you have white erasure without murdering every white person? Well, it's happening everywhere. There's no systematic murdering of entire white populations, you dim-witted dipshits. But I mean, let's just take I could go down, and we've done it before, and I don't have the time right now to go through all of the reasons why you are an absolute turdite and shouldn't be allowed to talk. No one should listen to you. But let's say you have a town of 500 white people. And we'll just do it on a small scale so that you can compute it, okay? I want you to be able to compute, okay? So if you got a town of 500 white people and you introduce 2,000 non-white people, is it easier or harder to see white people when you go out in the town? Do you see fewer white people when you go out in the town? You still have your 500 white people, but now you have 2,000 non-white people. Are you able to do this? Is it harder or easier to see white people? What does that mean? Human animals project their biospirit onto their environment. They make in the outside world what's on the inside world. So what begins happening to the town when you have 500 white people and you introduce 2,000 non-white people? It doesn't look white anymore. It's been white erased. And the white erasure, as the non-white population grows, is more and deeper and more profound. These people, don't listen to these people anymore. If you go to your Aunt Betty and you're like, Aunt Betty, guess what? They're genociding all the white people. Aunt Betty sees what happened to the Jews, what she's been told happened to Jews in World War II. And immediately, what you've done is you've evoked in her feelings of anger and frustration and disgust with the white race, and feelings of sympathy and empathy and concern for a non-white race, Jewish people. That's not where you want Aunt Betty when you're trying to get Aunt Betty to care about what's happening to us. Good God. So we discussed Musk when Musk purchased Twitter. We talked all about it. I told you all about it, why he was doing it, what was going on with the purchase, and I explained all about the argument relative to him claiming that it was about free speech. Remember, none of it started with free speech. It was all very clearly motivated by the oratorical contests he had with politicians and media outlets and specific journalists on Twitter. And there was this incessant threat that he would be silenced on Twitter. his platform of choice. Was he talking anywhere else? No. That's where this colossal billionaire that gets everything he wants. How many women has this guy had, by the way? He's got children with like 15 different women or whatever it is. Look up for yourself. And I know you might look at them and you might say, oof, why would he choose that one? But that's his taste, all right? You just, maybe you and I would choose like a bang, bada bing, bada bang, okay? Maybe you and I would choose that. But he's got his taste and he's choosing what he's choosing, okay? Maybe we wouldn't choose that. But he's getting what he wants. And what he wants in everything, not just women, in everything. And so he also wanted to get what he wants when it came to being able to lambaste, to push back on, to trump his opposition, those who would slander him. And every day he had to deal with whether or not Twitter was going to kick him off. I mean, once they kicked off Trump, after the election, the stolen election, in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, he knew, didn't he? He knew they could very easily kick him off. And then it suddenly became a thing that he was talking about. Maybe I should buy Twitter. Maybe I should buy shares. Remember all this? Then it would be harder to throw him off of Twitter if he were part of the company. Remember all of this? But then he needed support because the anti-whites began rolling the artillery pieces more and more howitzers aimed at Musk. And then suddenly it was like, hey, plebeians out there, plebeians in your plebeian masses, come and get my back, side with the billionaire. How many billions does this guy have now? Untold. Come and get my back. Well, yes, I know. When you're done at Wendy's working your job and you're eating that shit food and you're driving that Pinto from decades past and you still have that donut wheel on it, get my back. I'm the billionaire. And the idiots did it. The idiots ran out there and got his back. Durov did the same thing. Durov and Musk like each other. They're both free speech champions. They're all about it. They're all about, now, free speech, or let me rephrase that, freer speech is had on Telegram and Twitter. Does that make Durov or Musk heroes of the white race? No. Does that make them big opponents of anti-whiteism? Not even that slightly. It does afford us a context, an opportunity to promulgate the concepts that will and are liberating us. And so we use these opportunities as much as we use all the tools available to us, the most cutting edge, whatever it is, we will use for white well-being. Bottom line, you have Durov, who has praised Musk, and now you have Musk praising Durov as well. And I think we have at least an article title, and we'll maybe take a look at that. Let me get into the actual item here. But here's the bottom line for white well-being. Anybody telling you, any content creator, and it's going to come from both implied and explicit white sympathetic content creators, that free speech is a principle that we need to hold aloft higher than ourselves, and that if it victimizes us, it makes me that much more noble. You need to shit on those people. I mean, they probably like that kind of thing, right? Maybe so you don't want to do that. It's because they probably enjoy it sexually. So maybe don't shit on them. But you need to reject them. Every principle that we hold dear is now lower in rank than white well-being. We don't tear those virtues or principles down. We still laud freedom of speech, which is really the freedom to communicate, communicate ideas. That means it's also, as I'm the only guy out there, practically, there have been some now since I've been saying it now for years, to communicate that it's about
hearing and reading the ideas of others. That's what freedom of speech is. Not the freedom to speak, as Musk has interpreted it through his CEO, who says, well, it's the freedom of speak. You don't get freedom of reach. We'll let you talk. We just won't let anybody hear you. Well, f you, Musk. If that's the way you're gonna do freedom of speech, it ain't free speech at all. But let me tell you what. We're in charge. There is no anti-whiteism allowed to speak. Zero. Anybody bring up anything anti-white, and we won't even need laws, because socially, the totality of our people will so excommunicate you, you won't even be able to get lunch from Denny's. You got it? You'll come in there and they'll say, oh, you're the anti-white mother. Get the fuck out. No need to serve you. That's where we put freedom of speech. Pavel Durov, the co-founder and CEO of the messaging app Telegram, was arrested at an airport in Paris Saturday after getting off his private jet, according to French media reports. The billionaire Russian exile was arrested at around 8 p.m. at Le Bourget airport by French cops after flying in from Azerbaijan. How many zhuzhuzhus are following this guy everywhere he goes? French outlet TF1 reported. French authorities had issued a search warrant as part of a preliminary investigation into Durov, a staunch free speech. God damn it. I knew it. And this is is the New York Post. This is how they're going to craft this. What's the actual story? He's provided a venue where people can talk about the events of the world and their life outside of the anti-white narrative. For God's sake. And I want Durov and Musk to take up white well-being, because that's the only way they're going to be able to preserve themselves. The EU, we've been reading articles for weeks now. The anti-whites, by way of the different vehicles, right? It could be EU. It could be the French government. It could be the British government. It could be they'll bring back League of Nations. It could be anything. The anti-whites are going to anti-white, bitch. You understand? I mean, do I got to be in like a lowrider Cadillac that's pink with one side cocked up in the air for people to actually hear what I'm saying here? Anti-whites are going to anti-white, bitch. I want these people, and I will laud them to the moon. I will laud them to Pluto's moon if they will take up white well-being. But that's not what they're doing. Staunch free speech is leading white people in the wrong direction, isn't it? Now you see, by the way that I articulate this, how dangerous it is, how absolutely pernicious it is to talk about these individuals as free speech advocates and to talk about the crux of the matter as free speech. Are the anti-whites opposed to free speech? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. They're opposed to white well-being in any form. Speech, deed, complaint. They're not opposed to free speech. They let everybody talk. They let pedophiles get right up on children and talk all they want. Talk all they want about how good the tinglies are and how child and adult relationships are totally normal. They love free speech. It's not a free speech issue. It's an anti-white issue. His encrypted messaging app which has 900 million users worldwide. Wow. Law enforcement believes that Telegram's lack of moderation and tools it offers, such as cryptocurrencies, make it complicit in global drug trafficking, pedophilia, and fraud. It is. It most certainly is. Child trafficking, yes, they're going to be using an encrypted app that nobody can get into, of course. Fraud, of course. Criminals of everything you can imagine. Just so happens that the same things go on elsewhere. That is not what anti-whites are actually objecting to. Global drug trafficking. But the search warrant was only valid if Durov stepped foot on French soil. He made a blunder this evening. Oh, he made a blunder this evening. We don't know why. Was the flight just a stopover? In any case, he is in custody. A source close to the investigation told TF1. Durov, 39. Could you imagine? I mean, 39, very young man. Billions of dollars. He's a Russian-born tech entrepreneur, best known for founding the social networking site VK. So he did. And the messaging app Telegram, yes, we knew that. He lives in Dubai, where everything is just infinitely cheap, let me tell you. Where Telegram is based, and is also a citizen of France and the United Arab Emirates. Durov founded Telegram in 2013 with his brother Nikolai, but fled Russia in 2014 after he refused to hand over encrypted user data to Russian officials or silence communities opposing the government, which he later sold. Durov, and now let me also just point out this. It's the little caveat, the little warning with the claims that he has created a space in which anti-white governments can't access. This is what we're told. It seems plausible. But do you know for sure driving your Pinto home? No. Do not get on Telegram. Do not get on any of these places and talk or say anything that you would not mind being said by a judge in front of a jury about you. These are not safe spaces for us. Just because maybe France or UK or whatever don't have access doesn't mean that the Israelis or the United States or Russia doesn't have access. It doesn't mean that Durov didn't hand over the keys. It doesn't mean that they didn't break in of their own accord and know how to get in. Do not say anything that you can't have read as your words by a judge or a prosecutor in front of a judge and a jury in any environment. Period. I cannot admonish that strongly enough. At the bottom line, we don't know precisely what the debate is over, what the disagreement is over. That's why we don't bother to sit around discussing these things in and of themselves, because it's a waste of time. How many times have you had an event in your life where you knew the intimate details of the disagreement, the debate, the fight, how it went bad, how it spun out of control, whatever it is, and then you later hear from others who were just another ring out from you, their interpretation and what they heard and how that was all wrong. And you think that you're going to get exactly what's happening in the power struggles between people of such wealth, they're mortal gods at this distance? We need to think about us, where our feet touch the world, where our arms can wrap around each other. That's where we have to think about and address the world. And that, by the way, is where we make the biggest impact on white well-being. That's where we can effectuate the recapture of our destiny. Durov decided to live in self-imposed exile, stating that when he left, Russia was, quote, incompatible with internet business at the moment. During an interview with Tucker Carlson, Durov said he fled Russia because he didn't want to take orders seemingly from the Russian government. I understood that I would rather be free. I wouldn't want to take orders from anyone, and I left behind probably a comfortable life. Actually, that sounds like horseshit to me. That statement right there, he left behind a comfortable life, moving to the lap of luxury in Dubai, where laws are really not going to be applied to him. As somebody who is not your typical gullible white booby, I would say that Russia probably does have access to Telegram, and he worked it out with Russia and then left to make it look like it was his objection and he wasn't going to allow Russia in. That's, come on. We got to grow up. 2018, Russia blocked Telegram when the app refused. More evidence that it's probably controlled by Russia, and they're using it to see what's happening around the world because it's blocked in Russia. Telegram emphasizes users' privacy, which has drawn criticism from many governments for allowing militants and organized criminals to discreetly communicate. Well, geez, all they're going to have to do to get America, so many of these Judeo-centric worshipers of Jews rather than the Judeo-centric haters of Jews to want to go to war for Israel is just say Islam is planning attacks on Jews. White people in America that worship Jews, that are Judeo-centric and they worship Jews, principally in the Bible Belt, they don't care that white people are being butchered in Europe. But if they hear that one of the, if you bless them, God blesses you people are at threat, well, they'll be willing to move every M1A2 and F-22 Raptor and ICBM and everything under the sun, really to move it right to the Middle East and make sure that everything is turned into a glass parking lot except for Israel. Durov is expected to appear before a judge on Sunday on charges connected to terrorism, narcotics, complicity, fraud, money laundering, receiving stolen goods, and child pornography. Just everything. But who really knows? Who really knows? He could absolutely have child pornography. Who really knows? He ain't my friend. I'm not hanging out with him every day. He didn't care about my poor white ass. He's not saying let's shut down anti-whiteism. Who knows what he's up to? A lot of very wealthy people are very strange. Very strange. Quote, on his platform, he allowed the incalculable number of offenses and crimes to be committed, for which he did nothing to moderate or cooperate. All right. That just almost sounded like what was it? Oh, this is the French. The French saying to this guy, I fought in your general direction. Does anybody know where that's from? Fiche de mash. Quoi? Fiche de mash. Germany. What's going on in our once great country of Germany? Mass stabbings, mass anti-white terrorism by anti-white non-whites all over Europe. This is a regular occurrence. Anti-whiteism ends with you, says nice shirt and tie. Why, thank you, my good friend. Thank you. I appreciate it. What's happening in Germany? Mass stabbing suspect had deportation order, but was not removed. We're going to get to that in one moment, because we have, I believe, let's see, do we or do we not? Maybe we don't. I thought there might have been an article that I also, maybe I do have. Is this it? Elon Musk does. So Musk has come out supporting Durov, and he started the hashtag Free Pavel after Telegram founder's arrest, and slams Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg. Elon Musk defended Telegram co-founder and CEO Pavel Durov following his arrest in Paris on Saturday, and slammed fellow social media billionaire Mark Zuckerberg for caving into censorship pressure. Musk wrote, "Free Pavel," on X hours after the billionaire in Russia. So why would this matter to Musk? Because they're coming for him. And this is, we've seen this. We saw anti-whites in the government of the UK talking about extraditing Americans. France talking about charging people, the UK as well, and by way of the EU talking about charging business people. And really, they're talking about everybody who is not anti-white enough, which is Elon Musk. But they really are talking about Elon Musk, aren't they? So he's next. Will he ever be able to go to Europe again? I don't know. He better be careful. I know if I were Durov Pavel, I know even if my plane were forced down in France, I would not be getting off. Forget about it. You got billions of dollars? Bring in another. You could set up a little ramp to another plane, for the love of God. Whatever it is. I wouldn't even fly close to their airspace. I would have other jets along. Billions? Come on. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But Musk, of course, he's got the crosshairs, the anti-white crosshairs on him because he's not being anti-white enough. Oh, he'll silence the shit out of my Twitter. And he'll gas, and maybe that's the wrong term, but he'll gas these multiracial Jew-hating accounts and allow them to have ample following so that they can be the resistance. To my thinking, that is an appeasement to powerful anti-white power brokers. So he's saying, this is what I'm guessing, because I'm not a gullible white booby like so many out there, is that Musk is saying, I'm not going to let you run my platform like Zuck. Zuck is just like, here are the keys. Here's the keys to my chastity belt. If you want it, I kind of hope you do. And whatever you want to do with my platform, that's what Zuckerberg is up to. Musk is a little bit more like, nah, I'm not going to turn everything over. But who do you want me to silence? Who do you want me to give momentum to? Who do you want to be the resistance? And then give the anti-white power brokers those things. That's my guess. Those are the compromises that I intelligently assume Musk is making with these people. And it will be incremental, of course. They'll want more next year and more the next year and more on this special occasion. But he's not turning over the keys to his chastity cage just yet. So Musk started this hashtag on X hours after the billionaire Russian exile was arrested at Le Bourget airport, reportedly over allegations he has allowed criminal activity to thrive on his encrypted messaging app. All right. Is there anything else here other than he just supports the guy and they both love each other and have said wonderful things about each other, and they're both like, we're both free speech warriors. Well, yeah, if you're such a free speech warrior, let me make a tweet that even the people who follow me can get without having to spend shit tons of my money to force it out there. Just retweet me. All right. So I don't think there's anything else there that is interesting than what I just said. Except, my God, look at Zucker. Looks like he actually does wear a chastity cage. Oh boy. Oh boy, I shouldn't say that. He's probably, a heck of an average guy. All right, let's move on. Silencing. We'll have to create the next show will be the silencing of no white guilt. Germany mass stabbing suspect had deportation order, but was not removed, according to a report. The Syrian asylum seeker, suspected of killing 3 and injuring several others at a festival of diversity in Germany on Friday, reportedly had a deportation order last year. Now, there is no irony here. Please stop. If there's anybody I can read the writing on the wall that people are going to be saying, what irony? Ha! They got him there. They wanted to celebrate diversity and then they got stabbed. The absolute hollow-headedness of the resistance to anti-whiteism is boundless. This is a natural consequence of anti-whiteism. It's going to be the Diversity Festival, the Town Founding Festival, the Christmas Festival. It's just every festival because it has anything to do with white people. And you know what? Guaranteed, the Diversity Festival was full of white anti-whites. And guess what, white people? You can't be anti-white enough. And so you don't need a gun. You don't need a howitzer. You don't need fully auto. You don't need a trick trigger to make your semi-automatic fully automatic. You can have a knife and you can go through a crowd and in the lives of many and maim many, many more with no time at all. No time at all to do that. And it happens more often. And so it doesn't matter. You take away our right to self-defense, as you all know here, is not to protect anybody. It's to prevent white people from defending ourselves against anti-whites like this and anti-whites in our governments. That's what that's all about. So it's not ironic. It is the norm for anti-white terrorism to be visited on every gathering in the West today. So here you have this guy. How many times have we had this happen? He was on the map. We knew all about him. We didn't arrest him. We did arrest him. We didn't deport him. And why does that all happen? Anti-whiteism. At every step of the way there, if you investigate with the magnifying lens of anti-whiteism, you'll see exactly how it plays out. Exactly how it plays out. It will make perfect sense. You'll be able to look backwards and retrodict with perfection on all of these events from the past. You'll be able to explain the events in the present crystal clear without any need to change any of the formula. And you'll be able to talk about the future with perfect accuracy. It might seem a little intimidating at first to do the future, but once you do it, as I do it all the time, you'll see that with the lens of Go Free, you'll be getting it right. According to the information obtained by government or German paper of record, I'm sure it's pronounced Die Welt. And you have to do that, I think. 26-year-old Isa Al-H Do they not give? Is his last name really just the letter H? Or no, I'm sure it's probably like the Syrian asylum seeker who surrendered himself. So in other words, anti-white intruder, criminal. All these special categories that anti-whites invent, all that. Erase all that. Don't use their terminology because you legitimize their ideology. Who surrendered himself to police on Saturday after the mass stabbing in Solingen, was supposed to be deported in 2023. The suspected terrorist had a removal date, anti-white terrorist. See, they're almost there. I had a removal date scheduled to have him sent to Bulgaria, the country where he first entered the European Union. How about to a non-white country? Do not send him to just send him to hell. How about that? How about set him on fire in a metaphorical way and send him to hell? And therefore, under the Dublin regulations, the country where he should have had his asylum claims processed. However, following his deportation order, Isa al-Haish disappeared from his residence in the western German city of Paderborn. He reappeared several months. You don't say. So you may, like in America here, you can't just tell the criminal intruder, hey, come on back for your court date whenever you're ready. And they don't come back. What do you mean? It's kind of funny that doesn't work. I wonder why they wouldn't show back up. Are you tired of all like the pity patter talk, impotent talk back and forth among the politicians? So what can be done? Oh, what can be done about it all? I know some things. That could definitely be done. So he took off and he reappeared several months later, but rather than removing him, he was reportedly granted a neologism of subsidiary protection for people from countries with civil wars and when is the vast majority of these non-white countries, not the non-white country shitholes, not in some sort of horrific conflict? They always are. So there's always a reason. There's always going to be an anti-white reason. And God bless them. They have the example of Western civilization before it went anti-white. They could all look at the West and say, that's how it's done. And I want their countries to be beautiful and strong and happy and healthy. I want them to live wonderful lives, doing whatever it is that they're capable of doing. Good for them. More power to them. But the reality is there's always something bad going on in their countries. And therefore, there's always going to be an excuse to grant them subsidiary protection. So he was transferred to a center in Solingen. What a boon to the people of that city, where Friday's attack took place. So they shipped the predator to the prey. That's what they did. And that's what it's called, predator to prey policies. While the suspect was apparently not on the radar of police for extremist leanings, the so-called Islamic State claimed responsibility for the attack in Solingen, claiming that it was intended as an act of revenge against Christians for Muslims in Palestine and around the world. It has everything to do with white people. They're never attacking black Christians. You're never going to see ISIS go blow up a black church. It's all about white people. The alleged knifeman, knifeman sounds like somebody who juggles knives. You mean terrorist, bloodthirsty, murderer, anti-white garbage. Okay. Is also reported to have shouted Allahu Akbar during the attack at the Diversity Festival, which saw three people killed. Three people killed, murdered by a terrorist. And how about some implying that this is what his race does? Because that's what would happen if it were white people, right? If a white guy went in there and did this, we all get blamed for it. The noose of suspicion is drawn tight around every single one of our necks, isn't it? No, people were killed like there was an accident. People are killed in an accident. People are murdered by anti-white terrorist scum. 8 others injured, including 4 with life-threatening wounds. And about the ones that are injured, do they have nerves severed so now their arm doesn't ever work again? I mean, you really have to appreciate what a knife attack does. And the suspect terrorist is said to have specifically targeted the necks of his victim. Just like in that video we saw of that anti-white Arab in the UK, I believe it was the UK, where the guy's pushing the pram and he gets sliced right in the neck twice. Why is that? They're going after that? The jugulars. That's where you bleed out in 60 seconds and you're dead. But you know what white sympathetics in the implicit white sympathetic world will do? They'll begin creating products to protect your necks. It'll be a wraparound. This is the new neck Kevlar 4200, and you can buy it for a mere $320 from Conservative Arms. And then you'll have all these selfishly individualistic people that have the money that they could waste on something like that, and they'll be buying it, and then they won't give a shit about all the rest of us who can't afford to buy or wear the Neckmaster Kevlar abomination. You watch. It's just like in South Africa, and one of our brilliant people, or several of our brilliant people down there, developed this system that throws fire out the sides of the car when the anti-white terrorists come to attack the car from the sides. That's great, except for all the white people who can't afford that. But you have white people all over the world. They're like, that's badass. I'm going to get me one if I can ever. Good for you. What about all the white people that can't afford it? To have that retrofit into their car. How about instead we create a system where you don't have to have a flame-throwing car to protect your life? How about that, white people? The attack has led to increased pressure on the leftist government coalition of Chancellor Olaf Scholz to crack down on mass migration and ramp up deportation. None of that shit's going to happen. The leader of the center-right Christian Democrat Union Party, Friedrich Merz, called for the government to begin deportations to Syria and Afghanistan. Whoa, he called for it. Big deal. And we just see it repeat. Wash and repeat, wash and repeat. The renewed calls for deportation. Renewed call. Okay, great. Does that help the dead people? Does that help the white people who are psychologically traumatized from having their male ancestors create a nursery room of total safety out of the jungle, and now they have to live like they're in a non-white, rabid, crazy country where you have to worry about things like being stabbed in the throat? Like that's a normal thing. What about the psychological trauma to them? When this happens and they live 1,000 miles away or 500 miles away in another German town? What about the psychological impact on them? What about the psychological impact on our children that see the adults scared shitless by it? What about that? Do another new and renewed calls for deportation, does that help? I gotta be me and you all who are here got to be the only white people who actually give a living shit. We're the only ones. We are going to be bringing in just a little bit the great Slaughtz on for a swash through. It's going to be very exciting. We're going to be talking about some of these glorious songs that he has put together. Very exciting. We're going to be getting into it. You're going to love it. Share if you have not shared on Twitter or Gab or YouTube, do so now. Share that we are live, that this is the Going Free gathering, that we are actually making a difference in the world. Now, what if you are a white guy who wants to object? You're a young white man, and we're going to be getting into the final item we have here in just a moment, which is giving away homes to intruders. Well, we'll see. What if you're a young white guy, and this is happening in Europe? You're a young white guy, and you want to oppose the anti-white terrorism, the stabbings in the throats. You want to get out there, and you don't find us. You don't find White Wellbeing for several reasons. Primary, or I guess one reason, I shouldn't say primary, but one reason is anti-whites silencing our voices, censoring us so we can't reach many people. But the primary reason, the main reason, is that white sympathetic content creators are not telling the population about us and our successes. Not a single word. Doing everything they can to prevent white people from finding out about us. And so as a consequence, you're a young white man, and you say to yourself, how can I oppose this? And you have white content creators out there who are telling you they're nationalists or whatever, and they're concerned not about our people or our countries. They're just concerned about them. That's why they don't tell you about us. Cocksuckers. Pardon my French. I was suddenly sliding back into this article about Durov being arrested. But you don't find out about us. So you decide, well, what can I do? And you go out and you find these other content creators, and they tell you to do things like get out in the streets with one of our glorious national flags and scream at the police, because, you know, when the anti-whites scream at the police and fight the police, they get what they want, right? So that's what we need to do, right? Isn't that it? That's what these white misleaders tell you to do. Every one of them. That's what they tell our young white guys to do. And they say, this has gotten bad enough. We've had enough of it. You need to follow this ideology that's already failed, and you need to follow these methods that have already failed and that land you in prison, and you need to do it just like that all over again. Get out there and oppose what's happening. And then you're a white guy, and you go out into the world following their orders, and you get 2 years in prison. A teenager who waved an England flag. Did he wave the Union Jack? Shouted at police outside an Islamic center. Sounds like he might have been centering the Islamic religion in his lived story rather than white people. So he was outside of an Islamic center. He has been jailed for more than 2 years. I sure hope he doesn't get out of jail and go and kill the content creator that told him to do that. I really hope for that content creator's life and all that all these people who are going to jail for heeding the instruction of these content creators don't end up getting out of jail and going and getting retribution on the content creators that told them to do these things. I sure hope that doesn't happen. I sure hope we don't have a spate of white content creators, nationalists, and white power content, white nationalist content creators that don't start all ended up getting murdered by people whose lives they ruined. I sure hope that doesn't happen. But if I were this young man, young and dumb and angry about what's going on in the world, angry about what's happening to my people, and then had some content creator tell me, don't be Westman or white centric. No, be Islamic centric. The problem is not anti-whiteism. The problem is Islam. You need to be upset with Islam. Look at all the reasons that Islam is so bad. Look at all the reasons that Arabs are so bad. Just sit in that stew and let it get you angrier and angrier and angrier thinking about these people and their words and their ways and their customs. And then, since the anti-whites get out into the streets and scream and shout in police faces, you do the same thing. And naturally, you're going to take the national flag out there when you do it. And then I go out there and I shout at police. That's all I do. I don't even fight them. I just shout at them, and I got my country's flag. And they decide to arrest me, and they ruin my life. They take 2 years away from my life, and then on top of that, the arrest and what you were arrested for, in this case, the analogy being me, my entire life trying to get a job, trying to start a family, trying to once have a job, trying to climb any ladder, with a record of being the devil in society, i.e., hater, bigot, racist, etc. Trying to live life through that. I know that as I sat in that jail, probably getting physically assaulted by people around me, maybe even maimed, for 2 years of that, I know I would be thinking long and hard about the motherfucker that told me to do that. So here's a white man's life totally ruined, listening to the idiots from the past about how to fight back against anti-whiteism. Sure do hope that we don't see a spate of these white nationalist content creators and the like, the just general nationalist content creators. Sure, we don't see a spate of them meeting their maker in their followers' rage. All right, last item before we bring the great Slaughtz on for a swash through that we are going to talk about right here is homes for the intruders, paid for by you and me, of course. Let's have a look at that news item. Democrats push cheap housing for illegal migrants, says Breitbart. 100% financing, no money down. How does that sound? Democrat politicians nationwide are trying to put many illegal migrants, you mean intruders, you mean anti-white intruders, into apartments and homes that would otherwise go to young Americans. Now, how much do you want to bet this Breitbart is the conservative sphere? If they were going to complain in this article, we'll wait and see, about, all I read was the title, about who's getting victimized by this, they're not going to mention white people at all. They'll mention non-white people who are Americans being victimized by it. You watch. In California, Democrats in the state assembly have passed legislation that would create home buyer tax breaks for illegal anti-white intruders, we're doing the interpretation here, who walk through weak border controls. When undocumented individuals are excluded from such, quote, when undocumented individuals are excluded from such house buying programs, they miss out on a crucial method of securing financial security. Oh, by God, I just want to make sure that the invaders of my house, which is my country, my land, that the invaders of my house build familial net wealth. Can you imagine? Financial security and personal stability for themselves and their families. Boy, I mean, I'm so happy that as a proud white man, productive white man that has added immense value to all businesses and lives that I've touched, that there hasn't been a single program like this for yours truly. Not a single one. In fact, barriers. In fact, taxes, onerous taxes, so that these kinds of anti-white programs can be doled out to other anti-whites. I'm so delighted by that. And according to the sponsor, wow, look at this name. Yakin Armabula? Seriously. Oramabula. Yakin Oramabula. I'm not joking. Representative Yakin Oramabula. A Democrat. You don't say. Boy, this really sounds like a white country, doesn't it? When your representatives are named Yakin Oramabula. I wonder what kind of votes we'll get from Yakin. The giveaway will drive up Americans' housing costs and make life tougher for the 85% of American-born California families who earn less than $80,000 per year and spend more than 30% of their income on housing, according to a pro-migrant advocacy group. So it's going to be, wow, the people who have migrated here lawfully, they're going to be really harmed in their efforts to build wealth and stability. You see what I'm talking about, Israelis, from earlier in the gathering? You see what I'm talking about? Never talking about me and my people and the well-being of us. In Canada, the government's mass migration policy is preventing many young Canadians from buying homes. So young Canadians can't buy homes because of the mass migration policy, reducing the birth rate, exploding Canada's homeless population. Same thing happening here in the United States. And who is that group that's massively becoming homeless? White people. Shifting vast wealth to older investors. Many young people, and when it comes to white people, the money that shifts to the older white people, they don't give a shit about what happens to us because they're all selfishly individualistic. So same thing in Canada. Many young people will lose the retirement wealth that their parents earned from house ownership. Canada's pro-migration Prime Minister Justin Trudeau admitted in July. Oh, so poor white people, all of the wealth that you and your family have accumulated, whatever that is, the good times, the hard times, the blood, sweat, and tears, the arguments, the love, the everything that goes into life. And you've slowly earned this up and passed it on to children and then lost and then earned a little bit more and lost and earned. Well, that's all going away. Anti-whites are taking it all away because they're giving it to the non-white anti-whites that they are flooding the country with. Canada and the United States and all Western countries. They're giving it all away to them. And there'll still be white people that will vote for Trudeau. That vicious little anti-white prick. And I guarantee you, something's wrong with this guy. That if there's anybody wearing some kind of chastity cage, it's Trudeau. What a little bitch. In Oregon, I mean, it's everywhere. Democrats funded a contractor, our money, our efforts, our wealth, etc., who is offering $30,000 to home buying foreigners who are not American citizens, despite a federal law barring discrimination. No shit. No shit. Taking our money, and here's where Trump can say to blacks, for example, hey, those Gibbs would have gone to you, but now they're going to the mestizos. So they could have been, them Democrats could have been giving you free houses, but instead they're giving them to the mestizos. So if you don't want more of that, then you better vote for Trump. That's what he could be saying. That's how he could actually improve the black vote. And if there is any improvement in the black vote for a Republican, it's going to be because those who vote Republican are smart enough to put two and two together about where the Gibbs are going. That's going to be the bottom line. And they're, as I explained before, they're going to be able to believe that a white man will shut the border down to not let more non-whites in. So they could vote for that. But if Trump doesn't say it that way, if he just comes out and says, oh, I'm going to be the best for black people, I'm going to be the best president ever for black people and for reproductive abortion privileges, and I'm going to be the best, then you're going to get the same kind of number. Or the smart black people will vote Republican in spite of that limp-dicked argument. We know where that's coming from. Susie and Chris Lasavita. So, and you're saying, but it's illegal, all of our conservative brothers and sisters out there. But it's illegal. Yeah, it's illegal. Of course it is. They've been doing implementing anti-white policies against the law for generations. Will you please stop pointing out that it's illegal? There is something else we have recourse to. It's like these people, they can't think by the most rudimentary, asinine things. Unreal, responded Representative Ed Deal. Did he say that because it rhymed with his name? A GOP legislator in Oregon, the government contractor, quote, is using taxpayer funds to give $30,000 away to illegals to buy homes in Oregon. American citizens aren't even allowed to apply. Is Ed Deal white? I'd like to see him say white people aren't even allowed to apply. On Facebook, he posted, quote, and how much do you want to bet if Ed Deal, especially if he's white, we're going to get into Slaughtz in just a moment, especially if this guy's white, if he did a presser about this, he would surround himself with non-white Americans who are suffering because they don't get the Gibbs. Garbage. White people, stop voting for these people. On Facebook, he posted, American citizens in Oregon are struggling to find and buy a home. We have a severe housing shortage in this state. I am appalled that the hard-earned, limited tax dollars of Oregonians are being used to prioritize home ownership for certain non-U.S. citizens. Now, that's the totally wrong way to articulate. You just articulated an immoral position. I swear, Republicans, when Republican politicians, I think when every time you take your eyes off of them, they're doing something really weird, like pinching their own nipples real hard. I can't confirm it because it's like in physics. If you're not looking, you don't know. You look away, and I think that's what's going on. We might have to develop some sort of a study to see, is this really what's happening? They're so goofy and idiotic that's got to be what's happening. They're over there just pinching away. God. Kamala Harris wants to give $25 at a federal $25,000 to illegal aliens to buy American homes. GOP vice presidential goofball candidate Vance responded in August. This will only further exacerbate the housing shortage in our country. How about victimized white people? Oh, that's right. You hate white people, and you married out of our race for the intent of marrying outside of the white race. You say so in your book. So you don't give a shit what happens to us. It's just Americans. We should be making it easier and more affordable for Americans to buy. Really? Really? Wow. Chub face. The tweet was challenged by PolitiFact. Having seen no specific details from Vance's team that Democrat Harris' proposal would benefit immigrants in the country illegally, we rate his claim as false. Yet so far, the Harris campaign has not denied that the subsidies will be available to illegal, because of course they will. That's whose vote she's trying to buy. This goofy drunk that she's always drunk. That is one thing that you can say about Kumswallowa is she is always drunk. She's like, and then, I mean, just watch her. Now that I've said that, you'll say, holy shit, she is getting crocked. Like more than 3/4 of the time. What happened here? It quit for me. A woman in Langley, Canada, goes off on mass immigration. Trudeau keeps bringing all these people in, and there's no housing and food, and the food banks are dry. Oh my God. All right, we're gonna have to end in just a moment here on this. This is the coward. What was first last? Abstraction cowards. She's an abstraction coward. And what is the abstraction that she's arguing now? It is the logistics argument against anti-whiteism. I might have to pull this up for us to watch real quick here. Let's see if we can. Is that it? All right, this is it. Oh my God. You know how many times, remember this, because I don't think we've talked about the logistics argument, the logistics abstraction very much. So this is an educational moment.
The government can address the housing affordability crisis in Canada.
I think the government is bringing in immigrants and refugees, which I think is wonderful and great.
Oh my fucking God. This has been the defense for us. These gray-haired old biddies, old white biddies. This has been their defense against anti-whiteism for, I think it's anti-whiteism. I think it's a blessing. I think it's an absolute blessing to the totality of our people. I love it. I love it. But we have the logistics issue. How are we going to feed them all? Yeah, we got to get the food together. I mean, this is a great demonstration of what I figured out when I was a child. Sorry you didn't figure it out and you're all jealous about it. But what I figured out, it's a morality, a social morality question. The social morality of the West is anti-whiteism. This old biddy is demonstrating that. She's saying, I totally agree with the social morality, that white erasing Western kind is the moral thing to do. And I think it's wonderful. But we have a logistics issue here. Here's the logistics abstraction. We don't have enough houses for them yet. We don't have enough food for them yet. So we have to get all this ready so that we can properly white erase ourselves. The best defense, that the best thing that could be done for this woman is that, I don't know, maybe if we can get in front of her eyes, but her children's eyes, and when her or her children, once we get before them, is asked by the reporter, she can say, that is the most immoral thing to do, to white erase the white race, Western kind, from Canada, a country that we created. It is totally immoral. It is totally immoral to subject the young white people who are trying, and white people of any age, but certainly young white people who are trying to get in homes and who are trying to start their lives and their families. It is totally immoral to subject them to a housing and food shortage crisis because you want to white erase white people from the country that we created. That's what her response should be. But you are absolutely seeing proof of everything that we say here in service to white well-being, that the social morality is anti-whiteism, and that white people have accepted that. She doesn't have to be anti-white to give at least lip service to anti-whiteism. That could be a white woman that could absolutely say, I think it's wrong that in private, I think it's wrong that white people are having this done to them, that young white families can't get started. But she's not going to say that socially because she knows social morality is anti-white. She doesn't have a moral way to punch back. Remember, so many of these misleading content creators are preventing my voice and that truth from reaching you and saving our people.
Great, but you know what? We don't have the infrastructure. And I say, put a hold and get houses built for these people. We're getting tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people coming in the past 5-10 years, and there's no place to live. Where are these people going to live? Trudeau keeps bringing all these people in, and there's no housing. And the food banks are dry. There's nobody giving to food.
I haven't watched this. She actually said exactly the housing and food. We don't have enough food and housing for them. We have to bring them in. It's so moral to do. White erase the shit out of the white race. Let's just get rid of us. But we white people have to prepare for them first. Disgusting. An anti-white woman, I know for sure that she's not anti-white. Because an anti-white white woman would say, just bring them in. Let's find a way to have to housing share or to prevent white people from buying houses. They've had houses long enough, haven't they? It's time to share their things. That's what a genuine anti-white would say. This is one of the good guys. Glenn Beck is preventing her from hearing my message. Glenn Beck and so many others. I've been around for decades. I've been out here on the internet for 7 years. These people know exactly who I am and the successes we're having. There is no reason that somebody who's not a rabid anti-white, like this woman right here, should have to resort to lauding and praising and demonstrating fealty to an anti-white morality metric and then argue an logistics abstraction about why we can't get rid of us just yet.
Food banks, he brings these people in and they don't have jobs. So how are they going to live without housing and without jobs to buy groceries?
Okay, you have answers. Anti-whites have answers for all of that. Well, we'll just have to take more of your money, build houses. We'll just have to take more of your money, buy more food. And we'll just have to take your jobs and give the jobs to these people. There, it's solved.
It's just absolutely insane. And it doesn't take a space rocket scientist to figure that out. My parents came as immigrants. My father came in 1928. Right the next day he started his job. He had a job to come to.
It doesn't matter. Oh, and now she just set up this. My father had a job to come to, so he set up a job ahead of time. Well, these non-white people, they don't have a job to come to because you're evil. They didn't set up a job. Her father didn't have the government set up a job for him. He said he set up a job before coming to the country. And it wouldn't matter that he came there. And it doesn't matter that he came to Canada and got right to work, does it? He's white. So he's a villain. It doesn't matter that he wasn't in Canada early enough he himself displace, to get into the conflict that American Indians were waging on each other, and to displace them and to build the country of Canada. It doesn't matter that he wasn't there early enough to participate in that. He's still white and therefore evil, according to the anti-white narrative. You can see my God, what an opportunity to learn. We're going to set this aside, though, because we are going to head right on over after 10 seconds to talking to the one and only Slaughtz. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the one and only, the great Slaughtz joins us. There he is, brother. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I sure can. Let's build you up. There he is. The one and only, folks. We have the great Slaughtz on for an epic swash through. And you're going to let everybody know that he's here with us for an epic swash through. He's going to be talking. I don't know if you have realized it. I've got to say first that the great Slaughtz, of course, a true champion in service to white well-being in a multifaceted way, a hero that came to this message. He had a lot of blind sight. He was already on the path himself. He was seeking out answers, and he came to white well-being. He jumped on board, and he has been a phenomenal asset to white well-being ever since. Truly a champion worthy of all of the salutes and more that we've given him. Contributed ideologically, contributed monetarily, contributed in the field, out there sharing the lexicon and dialectics. Powerful powerhouse. And he has recently, and other things, and he is here week after week. Sometimes he does some moderating as well. And recently, this champion has decided that he is going to make some music. Now, we've had some real champions make music, some glorious, and one of the most renowned by far is the one and only Fornod, of which this great hero Slaughtz actually made and created a song for him. But he has come out as this absolute powerhouse, creating music like you wouldn't believe. We played one of those pieces at the opening, and we're going to be talking about that during the swash through. And so I will throw the mic over to the great Slaughtz, my good brother. Why did you get started on the music? What was your thinking, and what was the goal that you were trying to achieve?
So the history of it was I was just consuming some regular content on YouTube, gaming content, stuff for hobby. And this person in their end credits had this song going for 4 minutes about how you should join their gaming community and play on Discord and just play with them in the game. And I was like, wow, this actually sounds pretty good, and I'm getting into it, and it's kind of weird. It's like, and I noticed the synthetic aspect of the music, and that it was possibly AI. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to look into that. And so I looked into it, and yeah, there was AI generating, AI generated song websites, and I won't reveal where, but when I looked into it, I created Negativity, the first song, because I had my own lyrics. I created the lyrics to Negativity, which was most notable for swearing against the anti-whites towards the end of it in the chorus or something. I'm not musically gifted, actually, so at all. I'm lyrically possibly gifted, but that's the extent. So I knew about like AI generated music existing before I heard that song, and it was always really bad. It was not good. It's very grainy, very staticky, and you still get that, but it would, maybe in the previous ones, you couldn't go longer than like 2 minutes. Now you can go to 4, and the quality is better, and you can actually get into the song. So that's the history of, why I got into it is because I just saw an opportunity to make something that was for us. So.
Well, I love it. And there are a couple points here that are just have to be said. The real champions, you really know who they are in service to white well-being. And we all are born with skill sets and a certain degree, I guess, of innate determination. Although this is a part of the brain that has not too long ago been discovered that you can actually build up the ability to stick with a task just by deciding to do something that you don't really like, and you just keep doing it. You keep just making yourself. It literally is like building a muscle. That's an aside. It's a parallel, but you really see those who are committed to white well-being because they find various ways that they can contribute to white well-being, that they can make a mark on the world, that they can literally be a hero. And that's one of the fundamental differences between this of the many differences, maybe one of the biggest fundamental differences between this community and everything that has gone before and everything else that is still out there. Not saying that other things that are out there are all bad or all wrong or all inept. Some are, but this idea that you're going to have this singular hero that is going to be your champion and go out there and everything is going to happen for us by way of an individual is a childish notion. We have to have many heroes, many champions, many people who have decided to take, and the way we articulate it here is that we have our own story and we are writing in those pages the story of our victory, the story of our heroism, the story of the recapture of our destiny. And it's a perfect metaphor because it works incidentally, identically with the reality of the human animal and what kind of storyline it lives in and how it lives in a storyline. And this connected to the news that we covered today with anti-whites wanting to control the anti-white narrative, not wanting even any other voices, not voices that are necessarily against anti-whiteism or have articulated that anywhere, just any voices outside of the anti-white narrative. So the real heroes, and I've talked about it before, that you have to live your life thinking that others are watching you, that it's like a movie or it's like a story that's being read. You're pinning in the pages of your participation. And what are you doing today? What are you doing over the course of this week? Or what have you visited doing over the course of this week that you would want people to read or know about you or see? Is this the behavior of a hero? Is this the behavior of a real champion? So we're in the business of creating knights, of creating champions, of creating heroes. And the people who really get that and who get the practice of Go Free, using the practice on themselves and gaining more and more access to who and what they truly were before anti-whiteism poisoned us, those are the people who are, like the great Slaughtz, bending down and saying, what can I do next? What can I pin into the pages? My participation as a hero in this story. Understanding that each and every one of us can be as big and do as much in various ways as these solo, like golden lions that everybody would get behind and say, this is going to be the person that does this. We need battalions of those individuals. And so music, we've talked about it often, the importance of music. It is one of the most important things to a revolution. And in this case, a revolution of thought. You can see it is immensely important in various ways. Even Slaughtz was just mentioning he listened to the music for this gaming community and he started getting into it. You see it in many genre. You see it like in, you could even take like skateboarding, for example, surfing. There are musicians that create the music of the experience, the music of the lifestyle. And if there isn't music for the experience, music for the lifestyle, it's too difficult. It doesn't work. Robert E. Lee, in fact, talked about the importance of the band and for the Army and playing the music, creating the musical course that for that revolution, for that fight, to live that existence. It does something for the human animal. And when the great Slaughtz here happened upon this, his mind always thinking about white well-being, because he's an actual champion, he said, this is something that I can jump in on real quick and make work for us and our revolution of the mind, the recapture of our destiny. And boy, talk about knocking it out of the park. And this is, like I mentioned actually a little earlier, unintentionally, that the tools that are available for us out there, we can never shy away from, because the opposition, the victimizer, will always use the tools at their disposal. Everything that's new that comes online, they will make use of. So we can't have anything holding us back when it comes to the tools that become available that we can use and employ for white well-being. And so, throwing aside any preconceived notions, always thinking about white well-being and how everything going through his life could or could not be employed or used to that and for that pursuit. He jumps in and says, let me pick up these tools and make this happen. And he wrote a bunch of lyrics and used tools and came up with some absolutely kick-ass music. 2 more brand new pieces, by the way. And brother, I just listened to them. He just released them today. Both, and that's one of them I played at the beginning. Both just absolutely rocking it. I'm so impressed. And I know we have 3 songs queued up to listen to, a little bit of each of these, and to have you speak to a little bit of them. Would you like to do that, or would you like to speak particularly first?
So there are songs that I wrote only me, and there are songs that were assisted with other tools. And one of those tools were made by Fornol. And if Fornol did not make his tool, the amount of production I'm doing would not exist. At all. So let's play the Fornol song.
All right, folks. Did you just hear that? The collaboration there, unintended. This is how it's supposed to happen. This is the magic. This is the great white magic. Unintended. The great Fornol doing everything that we were talking about with the great Slaughtz, always thinking about how to turn everything in his life to white well-being. And he creates this tool. It's a magnificent collaboration. I couldn't be more excited. Let's see, which one do I have up? Okay, here it is. We're going to listen to about 30 seconds of the song simply titled Fornol.
In the shadows of a world turned cold, where truth is buried and lies are sold, stood a man, a warrior bold for no preserves with a pristine soul. Wielding word and string with pride, a dragon's roar in the darkest tide. Technomancer, fire in his eyes, he's calling you to rise, to rise. Fornol, against the night, for our children, for our light, against anti-whites, standing tall, for white well-being, heed the call.
All right, brother. I can't believe how absolutely epic that is. I mean, it's just rocking so hard. It's going hard. It's paced. It's true. It's real. Tell me about the great song Fornol.
So this song I actually spent the most time on because of the role that Fornol had, and I had to pay proper reverence to it. I rewrote the tool I used helped with the lyrics, and I rewrote probably 30% of the lyrics on this one versus 5% on all the others. So this I really wanted to get right. And it is one of the most kick-ass songs on the album, and I'm glad for that. I did use up, there's a payment you have to do in order to generate songs at all. And I used up probably half of my payments on this just to get it exactly right.
Oh man, that is dedication. That is epic. That is pristine, as we put it here, in service to white well-being. Pristine. And how awesome for it to be dedicated, a song that goes this hard, for it to be dedicated to one of our hardest kick-ass champions for no. I mean, I melted my speakers blasting this at the gas station. It was the coolest thing. You know, so many times you're at the gas station and you gotta suffer the garbage they're playing over their PA system, or some scumbag is there gassing up, rudely blasting some anti-white music.
Yeah.
And so I was just like, nope, not today. Today, you're getting full no. I cranked that thing up. Man, epic. I can't believe how awesome it is. All right, we got a couple more that you wanted to touch upon.
Yeah, so we do Makes You Miserable.
All right.
And this is the one. Yeah, this is the one where this is all me, all my lyrics. And it's my first, I think it's my first song that was not R&B, because Negativity was before this one. So it's my second song that was made. And I did take into account I think it's a bit of white negativity to say that R&B is appropriating non-white stuff. And that did affect kind of my decision, but at the same time, my history. Anyway, I'll go into it after we listen.
All right, folks. Yeah, this is another one. So he's got, just to say, the great Slaughtz here has a maybe like 10, I think, singles, and then an album with, I think, 12 pieces in it, if I recall that right. So this is one of the singles, as you're saying, Makes You Miserable. Let's rock out to that one.
Excuse your heart so you do not feel every slight that you deny is real. If you wanna seem fragile, take a look over here at your soul resenting love they cannot feel. What's imperiled and vulnerable can't be broken without injury. If you had it your way, anti-whites would destroy them all. Letting stupidity command your mind, and fleeing justice for your fault. Seated envy to the best of whites, are vulnerable, an avatar of what makes you feel miserable.
Man, that is rocking. It's got both. I mean, so many of your songs have this great beats too that you can really move to. And Makes You Miserable is one as well. Oh, it's so inspiring. Tell me about Makes You Miserable.
So when I was in middle school, I was considered one of the emo kids, and all the girls I talked with were all emo, the emo scene. And they all shared songs with me that were by emo bands. And so my interaction, it's a personal thing where that it's an emo kind of rock song. And I just wanted to really communicate from an emotional perspective, not from the emo scene perspective, but from an emotional perspective. What I think myself as a teenager would want to express. And saying that, these anti-whites are calloused and they're fragile because whenever they try to use the anti-white meme pathogen that we're fragile, but really it's them that hates the love that we have for our kind.
Yeah.
This is part of it was also interactions with anti-whites that were recent, and the terminology I used to address them, to condemn them, was put in this song.
Nice.
And yeah, it's one of the more sentimental songs to me, because it's not R&B, and I don't really jive with R&B so much. Part of the decision to do my first song as R&B was that it's easy,
Right.
for me, and also that my first interaction with the tool was through R&B. But when it comes to the type of music I enjoy, it's really rocking out. So, but this was sentimental more than what I get amped up with.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of a healing song for me to, call out the anti-whites as being miserable.
Oh, they are. And I love that too. Actually, I'm so happy that you said that, because in our music, I mean, it's just like so many of the pieces that Fournal has made, we do find healing when we find our mission, our injuries discussed, our successes discussed, our anger discussed, our angst discussed, put into song. We do find healing, and that's one of the reasons why anti-whites are so inclined to provide, enrich, empower non-white communities with their own musics. And of course, everyone alive today had to suffer through the black nationalistic pride of so much of their music and the lyrics of their music, empowering them. And we're so adversely affected by anti-whiteism, so confused, that you actually see white people who will listen to music the lyrics intended to empower blacks specifically, and they'll be jamming out to that, going to work to like get themselves ramped up to do a good job at work or for an interview. It's just like, are you out of your mind? This is clearly designed to empower black people for go out into the world. Some of it, of course, was negative in the sense that it impacted some of their community adversely, but individually intended to empower them. And I can tell you what, folks, when you listen to our music, when you rock it out, when you turn it all the way up, and you hear your own pursuit, your own suffering, your own glory put into music, it does something for you. And this goes back to the importance of a soundtrack for the revolution. You can't say enough about the importance of a soundtrack for the revolution. And there are going to be a lot of different types of music that are going to appeal to different people. But this idea, and there have been people who have passed through this community, and we certainly have seen them outside this community, who felt like, I think it's certainly the ones who passed through the community, thought honestly that not speaking directly to our experiences, hurts, wishes, goals, hardships was not the way that you wanted to go. You just wanted to create music from the heart, and therefore it would be white and Western. But I fervently disagree with that position. We should absolutely be talking about the lived experience. That is what spoke to us especially when we were young, and we were listening to the music. I mean, you go back to like some of our youth coming up through like heavy metal, for example, and just like that rage that we were allowed to have, just this like generalized rage. It's still out there, this music, so harmful, but it's so easy to say, hey, that's I feel anger. But white kids feel anger because this system hates us. because the system is anti-white, but the music that feeds into their victimization doesn't tell them that. It doesn't give them the words to recite over and over and over and the lyrics to sing along with. It doesn't get any more powerful than music. And this is where we have to be. We have one more piece queued up that you wanted to talk about, brother, and a very powerful piece. What do you want to say about Found?
So Found is about 95% generated by the tool that Fornol made. But I did, I have to do the prompting. I have to do, the manipulating of what the output is by giving it precise inputs of what I want. Right. And this piece is the one that surprised me most by how emotionally affecting it was on me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could just play it.
All right. Yeah, it's several of the pieces, folks, that the great Slaughtz has made with these tools are the kind that will bring tears to your eyes, will moisten your eyes. This is certainly one of them. But I mean, even the rockin' out songs, just hearing your voice expressed in music is something that can touch you. Very important. And also speaking to the great Slaughtz character, pointing out how much others contribute, and he's adding his contribution. That's a really honorable thing to do. And now let's have a listen to Found.
I walk through the years with a heavy heart. Every day felt like a shadow part, but then a light so gentle and warm guided me through this endless storm. I found a path. I started to see the truth about who I'm meant to be. It wasn't guilt, it wasn't shame, just the love of my kind calling my name. Now I feel it in my soul. White well-being makes me whole. It's a journey I embrace, finding peace in every place. Through the trials, through the pain, I've let go of the disdain. With every breath I take, I'm living for our sake. I used to doubt, I used to fear the voices that whispered in my ear, but I learned to silence those old lies with the strength that only truth supplies. Every day I grow more strong in a world where we belong. It's not about blame or finding fault, just a love that can't be bought. Now I feel it in my soul. White well-being makes me whole. It's a journey I embrace, finding peace in every place. Through the trials, through the pain, I've let go of the disdain. With every breath I take, I'm living for our sake. There's a joy that's pure and
I gotta just say, my God, this is absolutely magical, my brother. What do you have to say about Found and generally what you have done? We're gonna have to. I want to bring you back for another more swash throughs, actually, to talk more about these different pieces that you have here. But what do you have to say? What else do you have to say about Found, or generally about this project, and anything else that's on your mind before we let you go?
So when it comes to Found, what really affected me was the clarity of his voice with I think it's a piano. I'm really not musically gifted, but but the clarity of the voice really popped on this, with the emotional impact of the lyrics, which was just astounding to me. from the tool that Fornell made. And it's kind of a weird experience when I'm the one generating these things, because I don't know how they'll turn out. So I don't know the emotion that will be provoked by the things I generate.
Mhm.
And so a lot of the times I'm just as surprised as other people about, what's generated. And yeah, it's just one of the more, I guess, impactful. Sorry. Oh man. How would I say it? The more impacting,
effective, efficacious, moving, stirring,
the more stirring pieces. Thank you.
Poignant.
Yeah,
absolutely. Very, very poignant, very moving, extraordinary. Really tapping into the emotions there spiritually, and it's a wonderful thing to see that so many pieces of the work generally of Western kind coming together with the work specifically of those in this community to create truly beautiful things that can uplift us and speak to the hearts and souls of our people. We really need to make as much use of these things as we possibly can.
There is some more I'd like to mention.
Yes.
So when it comes to the album, the piece that inspired me to actually do the whole album was the one called Bishop, because I listened to it and it's the first one that I was like, that resonated with me as, fully AI generated, or 95%. And I was like, this expresses nothing bad. It expresses things I agree with about the situation that Bishop was in and her reaction and her heroism in that situation. And once that happened, I was like, well, I got to make more. I got to make an album. I got to do something. I gotta contribute more by singing the praises of some of our heroes as well, like Rise Again, which is the third song on the album. Yeah. And I think there's something else I had to say, but I can get sidetracked in my thought chains here.
Well, that's all right. I mean, if you jump in on the Twitter space there, or next time, you can, if you remember, you can share it then. But
right,
really, just glorious. Thank you so much for this tremendous service. It's out there now. It's ours. We can jam to these things. We can rock out, and we should. Well done, brother. Big salutes, everybody. Give some big salutes. Show some love. Some raucous emojis. For the the one and only Slaughtz. God bless you, man.
Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails. We'll be right back, folks.
In a world painted with scars, where shadows whisper lies, Bishop stands a beacon strong, guiding through tear-streaked eyes. Bishop, you heal the broken, a shield against the anti-white hate. Your voice, a calming whisper, turns pain into something great. A soul torn apart by the cruel, relentless tide. Bishop held her mending wounds with love they couldn't hide. In the darkness you were there, a light no shadow could consume. You gave her hope to carry on in a world that spelled her doom. Bishop, you heal the broken, a shield against the anti-white hate. Your voice, a calming whisper, turns pain into something great. She found a soul torn apart by the cruel they couldn't hide. In the darkness you were there, a light no shadow could consume. You gave her hope to carry on in a world that's never doomed. You heal the broken, a shield against the anti-white hate. Your voice, a calming whisper, turns pain into something great. Bishop, the world may falter, but your virtue will never fade. In the hearts of those you've lifted, your strength and grace are made.
Epic, where am I? I'm right there, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for the swashbuckling. We had 30 seconds across the board of so many of these great songs by the great Slaughtz. And now it's time. Why don't we start off with giving some more big love to Slaughtz for all of his work that he's done, is doing, and will continue to do. God bless the champion there. Now, all of these songs that you heard, roughly 30 seconds of each of these songs, a little bit longer with Found, but all of them can be found over on Slaughtz' Twitter X account, and you can follow him. You should be following him there, and he'll share it right now. Big love, big salutes to the great Slaughtz, ladies and gentlemen. Why don't we get started, of course, with the one and only Franklinator, who does the work of 1,000 men every day of the week, showing love, wallpaper in the world. The great Franklinator. What's better to do it as? I think maybe like that. Check it out. End anti-whiteism. Look at all these. Stop anti-whiteism. This is the way it's supposed to be done. God bless Franklin. Don't forget that Franklin, as you're giving him crowns and gems, quadruple 07s, not only does he do this, not only is he out there wallpapering the world with the powerful dialectics and lexical powers of Go Free, he's also moderating. He also does the timestamps. He does so much. He gathers together so many of these victories. Give him some love. Show him some appreciation. He is also swashing online incessantly, and he wants us to acknowledge that Ivan and Homeless Bear both joined the great Franklin over there on Don Trump Jr.'s stream this week. And, of course, Franklin is always there. Show him love. Show him some 96s. Give it up for the great Franklin. God bless you, brother. You hear stuff coming out of Donald Trump's mouth, it's because it's coming out of his number one son's mouth. No debating that. Franklin is the one who deserves the praise, bitches. God bless him. I'm going to also celebrate over there on Twitter, Ivan the Huggable. Big salutes. I've been watching Ivan this past week, rocking it out on Twitter. God bless you, Ivan, for your hard work over there. Let's also celebrate the great 4-0, again, contributing without even knowing he was going to be contributing to all of this great creation by Slaughtz. The great 4-0 playing such a magnificent part. Think about this guy. When your own footfalls end up serving white well-being, you are definitely some kind of divinity, okay? The great 4-0 also has a new article called Coward to Courageous Rating System over on his Substack, formlo.substack.com. He'll be able to share it if he so desires there in the live chat. Check it out. God bless. Crowns and gems. Rogers emojis. Find some swashbuckling flags. We need more swashbuckling flags in the celebration there. Let's jump into some of these images of swashbuckling. And remember, we never get to everybody, but we get to a bunch.
Here we have, this is One of Western Kind. Actually, I'm going to have to do this because I can't read it. One of Western Kind. He's swashing over on Venom Ranch. 34,000 people saw this and the brilliance at One of Western Kind. Hundreds of likes, retweets, and comments. Anti-white leftist memes center on either A, grotesque characterizations of people who aren't anti-white enough, B, violence toward people who aren't anti-white enough, or C, walls of text offering anti-white pretext for various harms directed at white people. Can you imagine? We're talking about a third of 100,000 people over there imbibing the glory. Give it up for the swashbuckling of One of Western Kind. Yo didn't do it. I saw it on Venom Ranch. Okay. Let's head on over to Eric and the White Baron together. Over there on Pauline Hanson, I think it is, says, who else is sick of the systemic anti-whiteism in the country with the war being waged on the founding stock of the country, our once great country of Australia? 190 people on Pauline Hanson, that legitimate political community there, 190 of them saying yes to that comment. 19 replies, 34 replies on the White Baron with 1,000 likes. 1,000 likes from people, 1,000 people in Pauline Hanson community. Who else is sick of systemic anti-whiteism in the country of Australia? My goodness, give it up for Eric the White Baron. Ladies and gentlemen, fire emojis, love, and raucousness galore. We have over here in Benny Johnson's show, The Benny Show, his audience, giving up 1,600 people and growing, giving likes to this comment by Anglo-Saxon NWG, who says, who else is sick of the anti-white attacks on Trump? Working on 2,000 likes, 2,000 people of Benny Johnson's show, very popular, The Benny Show, closing in on 100 replies. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. None of this would be happening if it weren't for our swashbuckling champions. Same champion, swashbuckling champion, continues over here on the Black Conservative Perspective with closing on 500 audience members of the Black Conservative Perspective's audience, giving likes and replies to who else is sick of the anti-white media constantly berating Trump. Anglo-Saxon NWG, big salutes. God bless his swashbuckling. Back over there on Black Conservative Perspective, Anglo-Saxon NWG shows up again to talk to that audience, and nearing on 1,000 people in this person's audience, must be honorable people, agreeing with giving a thumbs up to over 100 replies. Who else is sick of the anti-white attacks on Trump? God bless Anglo-Saxon NWG. Everything that we do here is from our armory is able to be shared by moral, honorable people of all races, and you see the proof every single week. Here he is, Anglo-Saxon NWG, on Jeremy the Quartering. How many of Jeremy's audience, who normally don't get anything valuable, how many gave likes to this? Closing on 700 members of his audience. 46 replies so far. Woke is just an abstractionist term. It's anti-white, plain and simple. Can you believe? Working up to 700 audience members in Jeremy the Quartering's audience saying absolutely agree with that. Where did it come from? Our community, bitch. Anglo-Saxon NWG over on Tucker. 800 members of Tucker's audience giving a like, over 50 replies to this statement. Who else is ready to move past this anti-white regime? Let's get some gems for the ground so that he never has to touch it with his feet. Crowns for his head. Anglo-Saxon NWG is here to stay. Here we have Cool Papa J Magic over on Charlie Kirk. How many of Charlie Kirk's audience you think total abstractions, total conservatism, 4,000 people gave likes and climbing to the comment written by Cool Papa. This guy's entire worldview comes from the anti-white narrative. God bless Cool Papa J Magic and the Herculean work that he does. He might be listed in one of the Slaughtzian songs. In fact, Anglo-Saxon too, NWG. Here's Cool Papa J Magic working up past 400 likes on whose audience? 400 members of whose audience, you ask? Lauren Chin's audience gave a like to this comment. Anti-whiteism is our central problem. It's important that we recognize that. How do you like the fact that these content creators out there not using any of this, but their audience is like, I'm on board with that? Absolutely. Give it up for the swashbuckling captain, Cool Papa J Magic. He's done a lot this week. He was busy. Over here on the Lotus Eaters, Abstraction Central. If you have no white guilt, you are already a criminal in their eyes. Working up to 500 members of the Lotus Eaters who showed up just for some abstractions. I just noticed that Simon JJ, community member in here. Also, stand proud as a white man or woman. You have much to celebrate. Our race has developed most everything that means anything, and the anti-whites hate that. No whites is. Big time salute for Simon JJ. Cool Papa J Magic down here at the bottom. He comes back again. Quote, anti-racism is just anti-whiteism. Big time swashbuckling epicness. Swinging in on a rope, sweeping all the girls up in the other arm. I love it. He says the R word is an anti-white slur. Never call them anti-racists. You have over 150 of the abstractionist central people coming out agreeing with that. Keep it going for Cool Papa J Magic. Here he is on Matt Walsh. 400 likes to this comment. I know a lot of people like to laugh and poke fun at anti-whiteism. Call it absurd and silly, or say it doesn't make sense. But there is nothing funny about it. This is extremely dangerous, and we need to treat it as such. Walsh over there laughing it up. Give it up for this gallows humor as you head off to have your head cut off by the anti-whites. Cool Papa come in, laying it loud and proud and real for them to feel. 400 of the audience members saying absolutely. Yes, agree to that comment. Cool Papa back again. It's not DEI. It's not woke. It's anti-whiteism. Over there on the Tim Poolian, who is probably anti-white himself. How many of his audience? Over 421 and climbing of Tim Poolian's audience, where they're peeing in the pool with DEI and woke, have said yes to the Cool Papa J Magic swashbuckling magic. God bless the Cool Papa. Show him love and respect. He's over here just like everywhere. Cool Papa is hitting up every community. Here he is on Misha Petrov. How many of her audience? Working up to 1,000 members of Misha Petrov's audience. Agreeing with 28 replies. Agreeing with Cool Papa. What I'm really sick of is this anti-whiteism being completely ignored by our so-called conservative leadership. 96s and crowns. Make it rain. Make it rain. Pointy gold with gems and spires. Malone LeVay, ladies and gentlemen, that true hero down under, is over here yet again on Pauline Hanston, real champion. He writes, racist, in quotes, as the way it should be done, is just an anti-white slur. Love you, Pauline. How many of this legitimate political party said absolutely agree with that? Working up to 400 swashbuckling individuals who have been impressed with Malone LeVay and the giant plume he has on top of his head. Give it up for Malone LeVay. Folks, you know NWG Clips is an epic gentleman in so many ways. Well, get ready this week to really sing the songs as the audience has to take a breath. Sing the songs to the great No White Guilt Clips. Here he comes in posting one of his clips that he made of yours truly gloriously. Anti-white terrorism is the new norm in the West. How many? Working on 42,000 views under the audience of Mick O'Keefe. Mick O'Keefe's audience, 42,000 of them, hundreds of likes and retweets and comments. Just keep it going. Rain it down on this hero. Get the gems out. Get the 96s out. Get the quadruple 07s out, because there's much more to come. Here he is again, sharing this one. Anti-white terrorism is the new norm of the West. Again, over here on Miles Chong. How many of that audience? 150,000 people in his audience, and climbing, hundreds of likes and retweets showing up in Miles Chong audience. My God, this is divinity. This is a machine at work, ladies and gentlemen. We're going again, this time with another clip he made. The path to cleansing, defeating anti-whiteism, and building a positive future, under Paul Golding's tweet. How many people over there in Paul Golding's audience? Working on 20,000 more. If you're doing the math, it's getting wild. Dozens and dozens of likes and retweets. This is No White Guilt Clips doing what No White Guilt Clips. When you have a pair of wings on your back, this is what you can do. When you can throw lightning, when you can walk on thunder, this is the kind of epic successes and swashbuckling you have. But he's not done. We have another retweet of this here. Anti-white terrorism is the new norm in the West. And this one under Radio Genoa. How many people in Radio Genoa's audience? 11,000 of them and climbing. Dozens and dozens of likes and retweets. No White Guilt Clips. Oh my God. I knew I felt thunder. I knew I felt thunder this week. He had descended from Mount Olympus to do good for white well-being. Not done. How much did this video get on its own, ladies and gentlemen? How many views did this video right here get on its own? Let's check it out. How about 271,000 views? Oh my God. To No White Guilt Clips. Anti-white terrorism is the new norm of the West. 272,000 seeing those powerful words together. Anti-white terrorism. Watching this clip, it is nothing but big love. Stars and explosions of glory for the hero known as No White Guilt Clips. Ladies and gentlemen, my God, it doesn't get more exciting. It doesn't get more glorious than that. These are the heroes of the modern era. These are the soldiers. These are the gods that walk among the mortals of the world, the champions who wield the pen and the page of our redemption. And with that, we'll be right back. Whoa. That's all I got to say. Whoa. What a totally epic thing that we have. Just so many champions achieving so many magnificent feats. It couldn't be a more exciting time to be in this community and to be doing wonderful things, to be etching our names by our own deeds into the annals of our people's history. We'll be the ones that they will definitely look back and they'll say, where did it come from? How did it happen? And they will see our smiling, grizzled, angry, and loving faces. Sometimes sweating, sometimes ferocious, sometimes in joy and ecstasy, all the time in service to white well-being. We're going to get to the financial gifts and jump right into the mailbag, which contains a financial gift. The Thumbological mailbag this week. Let's have a look at what's inside the mailbag. Are you all ready? We're going to see. Oh my goodness, it is from Anonymous. We open up. Pretty little card from Anonymous, and always with the with the wonderful handwriting, the wonderful cursive, I should say. She says, hello, Jason. I appreciate your handwriting analysis and commentary on current events that impact our people. Thank you so much for that. She says, many thanks for the timestamps. Oh, my goodness. Franklinator. Timestamps added to your podcasts. I find them very useful. If it is Franklin who does it, please thank him for me. We will all thank Franklin for the timestamps, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up with much love for the great Franklinator. Franklin, did you think the time that you've been doing these timestamps, maybe who was it touching? Maybe it wasn't that big of a deal. Well, my friend, now you see how big of an impact you have on people's lives. God bless you. God bless you, Anonymous, financially gifting 200 white well-being dollars. 200 white well-being dollars from Anonymous. Show the love and the crowns and the quadruple 07s for that dedication to Anonymous. God bless you. Thank you so very much. My goodness. How exciting is that, right? Showing her appreciation, showing her love, showing her testimony. Make sure that she feels all of that appreciation back with your thanks in the live chat. 200 white well-being dollars. Thank you. Over here on Entropy, we will continue. Give it up for Simon JJ. We saw him commenting, Simon JJ, but he's now here on Entropy with $100 financial gift. Fire and ice and golden gems for the champion, Simon JJ. $100. Always the inspiration to continue the fight for our people, says Simon JJ. God bless you, hero. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. Financially gifting $100. Keep that going for the one and only eponymously named platform, for the one and only Dude Bro Moment. My goodness, he is back again. A truly reliable Herculean champion, $50. And he even says for white well-being, but it's for the little babies, to protect the white babies, their cuteness. Make sure that they are always safe. Our little baby cherubs. It is to Dude Bro Moment. God bless you, brother. Thank you so very much for that. And I am refreshing. We'll pull up and I'll get myself back to first celebrating. Oh, my goodness. The man who brought in like 500,000 people this past week by himself is financially gifting. It is the No White Guilt Clips hero, God man, champion of white well-being, to live in the echoed memories of our children for generations to come. Himself gifting $200 tonight. God bless you, hero. $200 on top of bringing in 500,000 twice that people. God bless you. No white guilt. My God, the people who are the heroes are the heroes. Can I get an amen to that? Let's get an amen. Keep it going for First Last, financially gifting in the name of Jay Bishop, $100. $100. It could be, maybe he could clarify for Jay, in the name of Jay Bishop and the musical piece that the great Slaughtz created. It is First Last, doing the Lord's work, always participating, this champion. And just today we shared another one of his abstraction coward. It is another one of the terms. God bless him for all of his contributions in various ways. First Last. Let me work my way back. I think we'll probably not see higher than that elsewhere. So we will go ahead and we will thank the great Yiz the Unifier over here on Cash App, financially gifting $5. She says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Make sure to watch her show. Audience is growing over there Mondays and Thursdays. Remember, Mondays are great again. 6 p.m. both times for both of her shows. Make sure you're there. They are fantastic. Use the Unifier. Let me check Subscribe Star. And we didn't miss anybody on Subscribe Star, so I will swivel back around to here. And on Entropy, we have White Sympathetic Factory, financially gifting $3. Thank you so much, White Sympathetic Factory. Says, Jason, did you notice you have said Native American, American Indians a few times today? Well, American Indian, I meant to say. Native American, I try never to say. Be cured by using the term tribal Americans. Well, I'll think about it. I'll think about that. But thank you for that. Yeah, never. Native American is a meme pathogen. So there are Indians in the Americas and also Indians in India. And so I have, over the years, differentiated American Indians, India Indians. It's not an insult. It is an identifier. Thank you, though, so much for the suggestion, White Sympathetic Factory, and the financial gift. We'll swivel on over here to Odyssey, and let's see if there are. No, it looks like no financial gifts, but there might be comments, and I will come back and look at those as well as we continue to chug along. We have Roxy donating a lemon over there on D-Live. Thank you, Roxy, for the lemon. That lemon rocks. I had to do it. Board Troll also a lemon. Thank you so much, Board Troll, on D-Live. We got 2 lemons over there on D-Live. Thank you. No financial gifts on Rumble. So now I can pass through, see the comments you all are making, and I will speak to those. We also have our Go Free lesson of the day as we hit 1 more hour left in our gathering, and we are going to open up a Twitter space. Don't exactly know what I will put there. Probably the free home thing. Getting free homes and see what people have to say. But of course, you can talk about whatever you want. It's been a lively day. I'm going to be getting into the Go Free lesson of the day in just a moment. Very important. Heresy. So how do we use heresy, social lynching, and anti-white tribunal? All very important for how you think about where you intersect with anti-whiteism in the world. All extremely important. We're going to take a peek into Go Free for that. We have to exercise and have sapience. We have to be shrewd in the way that we interpret our environments, because if we don't, we are in the anti-white narrative, and you'll never think clearly, you'll never think productively for yourself and our people, and therefore yourself, if your thoughts are in the anti-white narrative. How are they in there? They're using their concepts. We have to have sapience. Let's make sure everything else is squared away. Solutricider. Yes, that's one of his names for American Indians. Solutricider. Instead of cowboys and Indians, how about Solutrians and Solutriciders? Maybe that'll be what the white kids play in the future. PIK, Pick 180 is here. Hello and welcome. Let's say hello to Ivan is here. Who else is here? Samuski. Corey is here. Great to see you. Cool Papa J Magic. Cindy Ben, we said hello to Winged Productions. Sliding through the champions. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt, @ No White Guilt. Anglo-Saxon NWG. The great Slaughtz is in there too. I think a little earlier I saw out of the corner of my eye, perhaps I did, the great Brent Danger. I don't know if he's still with us, but Dean Danger, I think, was here earlier. Biospirit of the West, the champion and leader of the outreach team, is here. Great to see you. Voice of Reason, hello. Max and Rob is also Azimuth Clark, hero. Melody Dawn is here. Melody Dawn. Good to see you. Hello and welcome. Who else is in the live chat? The great Fornol. Fornol is here. He's a hero. God bless him. Good to see you. Machiavelli sucks. Great to see all the champions have shown up. Simon JJ, there he is. Rune of Arcadia. Hello and welcome. Great to see you. Southern Bloom is with us. Wonderful to see the bloom known as Southern Bloom. The Nameless One is here. Hello and welcome. Sliding through. Who else? Who else do we have here? Great to see everybody that has shown up, come and gone. Jay Bishop is here. So is Bryce, is in the live chat. So much going on. Great to see. So many things going on in the world. And we are the only people taking our own side. All right. Let me swivel back here. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. We're going to get right into the Go Free lesson of the day. I guess I'll open the Twitter space, and we shall see. Give people an opportunity to come in and anonymously participate so that they can find out. They're talking about white people and white people having well-being. We've got to be careful in there. You never know. And then they come in and they're able to see. All right. We'll see. Okay, we brought the Twitter space up. Maybe we'll talk some more about the free homes or the equivalent thereof to quote-unquote migrants, intruders, happening in Oregon, California, nationally, being pushed for all over the place, Canada, all over the West. Of course, we've seen for a very long time what they are doing with the anti-white, non-white intruders in the UK. Fabulous hotels they're being put into, and it's been that way for a long time. Little towns, the hotels being taken over, and all of the rooms being handed over to the intruders. So we may talk a little bit about that, but of course on this space you could talk about anything that we have covered over the course of the previous hours that we have been streaming. But next we're going to talk about our Go Free lesson of the day, which is heresy, how we use the word, and social lynching, and anti-white tribunals. All extremely important concepts for you to use in your own thinking and in your conversations with others. I'll say it again one more time, at least one more time, for those who will join or listen to afterward the Twitter space. The concepts you use, you think with, you talk with, determine what story you are in, the narrative that you are in. If you allow the anti-whites to give you the concepts you speak with, you are in their story. And as the authors of that story, that anti-white narrative, they determine whether you are moral or immoral, whether you will have a sanguinary, a bloody end, or whether or not you will be a grand hero for our people and put an end to our victimization. You cannot use the concepts they give to us. Great Bulldog Boris is with us, and he says, no, my guilt. Would you say American Indian instead of Native American when you say? And if someone asks why you're saying that instead of the other, what should the response be? Well, I've responded in a couple different ways, and it depends on the person you're talking to. So if it is somebody who is like a vague, maybe they're villainy signaling anti-whiteism, like we saw from that Canadian granny that is clearly not anti-white, I would go like a little bit easier on her. I would say, if she said, well, they're they're natives. They're the natives. I would say we built, like if I were in Canada saying this, I would say, no, we built Canada. Canada comes from us. Canada was made by white people, right? So we are the natives. We are the people who create Canada, right? So they're not native to that. They are Indians, and this is the American continent. We named it America. We named the continent America, right? So this is just an identifier for this group of people. And many of them, in fact, they don't even like Indian. They want to be called by the particular tribe name. And the anti-whites won't bother to try to learn all the different tribes to say that. So they're just looking for anti-white. So I would say if it's a little bit further, if they're really uncomfortable, I would say, you're not trying to be anti-white, are you? You're not trying to divest me of the country that my people build, are you? By calling them natives, you're making it seem like I'm an intruder when I made the country. My people built the country. Our people build America, United States, Canada. We built it. We created it. It comes from us. So you're not trying to divest me, are you? You're not saying these people are like the original Americans, the original creators of the United States, are you? And that has straightened people out every single time. When it's a hardcore anti-white, I just go straight to the throat of, you're just trying to divest me of what my people created. And it just demonstrates you're anti-white. So, and then that shuts them up. They either admit to doing that. They're like, yes, you don't deserve or own any of it. And then I just said, okay, I've had enough of you, anti-white, and I move on. That's a great question, though. The conversation comes up fairly often, especially in the United States, because anti-whites, that's what they like the term, the concept, Native American. That's a meme pathogen, because they are divesting us of what we created. They're saying the country, United States, that you created isn't yours. It's theirs. When, of course, that's preposterous. So they want to divest us of it so that we don't have a claim to it, so that they can take it from us, so that they can victimize us. So it's just another argument to victimize us. And I will point that out to them. So you can go, like in the past, to various degrees. You go further back for me in time, and I would be listing more and more factoids from history and everything. But this is the quickest way to handle an anti-white or somebody who's just villainy signaling, and you want to get to your point, which whatever you brought up American Indian about. You can also say, especially if it's somebody who is just villainy signaling, say, like, you know who I'm talking about when I say American Indian, right? So let us continue the conversation. You're not confused about that. I'm the native. And if they have and don't list that you've been in America so many generations, or like I see people do that. That's just a misstep. Because if you say, well, I've been in America for so many generations, they're going to be able to say, well, American Indians have been here for more generations. And then you would have to try to get into the argument about the Solutreans, like we just heard alluded to. And all of that is going to muddy and undermine what you're trying to do. What's the purpose of the conversation? Which is either to bring people over to white well-being, or to provide people with the concepts that we use, or to neutralize and anti-white so that they're unsure of whether or not they should be anti-white, or if it's moral, or to otherwise move past a rabid anti-white and maybe, depending on audience present, give them an education with the concepts you wield and what an anti-white really is by the behavior and concepts displayed and positions displayed by the hardcore anti-white. That's the real reason for any conversation, or real reasons for any conversation. So yeah, it's, you are the native to a Western country because if you're white, because you're white, because those countries are inside of white people. It's our instinct. we create the West. It doesn't matter how many generations. Don't get into like a pissing contest of generation. Because besides, when it comes down to anti-white narrative, and like I was just talking about getting into the conversation about the Solutreans, then you're talking about historical revisionism. So the anti-white narrative, what I was talking about earlier, was above all things is more important than truth. It's more important than reality. And their experiences within that narrative have taught them that the truth is that American Indians were in the Americas before anyone or everyone else, and that they were all charming, lovely people who got along, and they sang Ring Around the Rosie with buffalo, and they pranced through the forest with the deer, and every time they came across each other, they were always friendly, and they had wonderful trade, and all they really did was write poetry to one another, the different tribes. And if anybody says otherwise, that they are monstrous, evil, backward, uneducated, etc. So there's no reason to get into that territory. It just complicates the reason for the conversation in the first place. It undermines the reason for the conversation in the first place. And part of actually connecting to the topic of the Twitter space, part of the argument for these, in particular, Hispanic, mestizo, non-white Hispanics, say, that are coming into the United States, is that anti-whites make, is that this was theirs. This was theirs. And so it is these meme pathogens, these meme pathogenic ideas, concepts, ideas of history within the anti-white narrative that compels them to impart, to say, this is a good reason to victimize white people. We will give houses away that white people had to work for, that white people had to struggle for, that white people had to suffer for. We will use the production from white people, their taxes, and therefore, i.e. their time, their ingenuity, their labor, etc., to just give these things away to the anti-white intruders. And all of them who are intruding, anybody who's coming into a white country illegally is ipso facto anti-white. If you're breaking into a white country, you're anti-white. I guarantee you that if you sneak into Israel and with the intent of getting a job and thereby taking away the job of an Israeli, getting a home, maybe on the public dole and everything, guaranteed the Israelis are going to call you anti-Semitic. So, great question. I know a lot of us are going to deal with that and have dealt with it. Let's get into the Go Free lesson of the day. We are in the latest version of Go Free right now. And we're going to start with heresy. How do we use heresy? And why do we use heresy? It's really important. And if you use heresy in a conversation, heretical to anti-whiteism, you'll see the effect it has on anti-whites. They really don't like it because it's conveying a bunch of premises that you're not even aware of when you wield it. And that's how these concepts are meant to work. The concepts that stay, meme curatives that stay, are the ones that do a number of things at once. And one of those number is communicating premises that land on your interlocutor without you necessarily even having to think about it. So let me just read from Go Free. Heresy. When you are victimized by anti-whites for holding opinions heretical to anti-whiteism. When you are not anti-white or anti-white enough. Of course, you hear us use that all the time. Really important to use the phraseology not anti-white enough. Do not say that this or that white person was fired or jailed for, and then insert whatever the anti-white charge is. All the time we hear that if a white person speaks up for white people at work, that they are, the company will say they're fired for racism. And then you'll hear white people repeating that. Well, Jim was fired for racism. You'll hear they're trying to say it in like a snide way, like they somehow are making a point or proving something, punching back against the anti-whites by being snide and snarky is somehow winning points, when all it's doing is keeping you in the anti-white narrative. They love when conservative people, conservative content creators do that. They love when white people do that. So you don't ever, Steve was talking about the importance of this, importance for your thinking. What are you reinforcing in your mind if you say Jim was fired for racism? What are you reinforcing? Broadly, the anti-white narrative and everything you've imbibed from it over the course of your life. Everything that your subconscious mind, whether consciously, with your hubris, you think you are exercising any control over it, which you're not. Everything that you've learned about the white race, that it's evil, that it does think these things, which is why so many white people end up essentially agreeing with the anti-white narrative. We've all heard idiotic white people affirm that they are, quote unquote, racists, and that there's nothing wrong with racism. This is adopting your victimizer's terminology is a sign of deep psychological injury, what we refer to as white noir. You could not possibly heal yourself with that thinking. And what a surprise. No one over my decades of service and all of the people who went before me that I was humble enough to submit myself and thinking to ever climbed out of the anti-white narrative by talking and thinking that way. You simply cannot. So when Jim says something at work about we shouldn't have these diversity quotas because we are intentionally discriminating against white people, and then the company fires Jim for speaking up about complaining about the anti-whiteism at work, we should articulate it with the concepts that compose our story. Anti-whites are not, I write here, anti-whites are not protecting non-whites. They are victimizing you for heresy to anti-whiteism because you are not anti-white enough. Like you could say at work, they fired Jim for not being anti-white enough. How do you think that lands? On yourself. You're thinking that Jim wasn't anti-white enough. Really inside your own head, try to do this and be honest with yourself. Sit down. You don't do it now, but maybe you can sense it to some degree right now. But say in your own head the two different phrases and see how they land on you. Jim was fired for being racist. Jim was fired because he wasn't anti-white enough. Quiet, and you might have to quiet yourself because you want to see what your subconscious mind feeds up to you. If you're new to going free, there's going to be a little bit of some confusion at the anti-white narrative. You'll be having some interpretation take place. It'll still work for you. That's the beauty of these meme curatives. It will still work. You don't need to go to school to learn these. We don't need to give you a word that doesn't exist that we are just bringing out of the ether and have to teach you the definition, applications, etc. It's going to make sense. But for those who have been going free for a while, using the practice, using these concepts, just a strategy of conversation. That's what Go Free is. A strategy of conversation. You can feel, you physically feel. Allow that subconscious mind to chime in. The mind that controls you 95, 98% of your life. Allow it to chime in. Jim was fired for being a racist. Jim sounds real bad, doesn't he? Don't you get the feeling, and you're lying if you don't. So be honest, that Jim is a bad guy. Jim is probably unfit. He's probably ugly. He's probably got a bad marriage life, if he even has a wife. He probably, maybe he's an alcoholic. Does he smell? Do you sense a smell? All of that gets into your mind from the entertainment. That's where it all comes from, which the subconscious mind interprets as reality. So maybe Jim's at work and he is complaining about Oregon setting aside, giving away $30,000 to immigrants, is what they're calling it, to buy houses. 30,000 taxpayer dollars to buy homes in Oregon. And white people are barred from applying. You can't get it. You're white. So Jim is at work complaining about that, but Jim is fired for racism. You immediately get a picture of Jim, don't you? What does Jim look like? He's a slob. He's got a beer belly. His tie's never straight. His clothes are dirty. Where could that come from? This is the real power of anti-whiteism and the mind control it exerts over us. This is why this go-free strategy of conversation, putting us in our own story, undermines and supplants anti-whiteism in our minds. So you go back and you say, Jim was fired for not being anti-white enough. Now, if you're healthy, you're feeling a bit indignant, aren't you? What do you mean he was fired for not being anti-white enough? That, am I right? Am I right? Could I get an amen? When you say to just your own self, Jim was fired for not being anti-white enough. Jim was fired for heresy to anti-whiteism. Fuck them to put that on us. Fuck them to make us comply with their anti-white ideology. Heresy to anti-whiteism, fuck them. You feel indignant. You feel personally attacked. Do you feel personally attacked when Jim is fired for racism? No. You're not Jim. You're not ugly, fat, unshaven, dirty clothed. Do you see how brilliant this is? And this is all we have to do to recapture our destiny as a people. The most powerful thing that we can do, all we have to do, is one of the easiest things to communicate, at least, to people. But when you're getting slandered endlessly, like I am, it's a hard thing to get people to adopt. When everybody wants to steal the work that I and we have done, rather than just being an early adopter and wearing that crown for the rest of, like all of you can wear the crown of early adoption. Millions more will be using these concepts, and you all are the early adopters. You're the swashbuckling champions. You could wear that crown for the rest of your life. It'd be very easy to come upon this and decide, I'm going to be an early adopter. I'm going to be able to say that for the rest of my life. But you got too many jealous people out there. So you see the difference. You see what is engendered in you between a MP, a meme pathogen, and an MC, a meme curative. This is the brilliance we bequeath. Let's move on. We'll jump to anti-white tribunal, because this happens at work as well, at school as well, just like we could talk about the heresy to anti-whiteism. So what is an anti-white tribunal? Why do we use this concept? Why is it important to think and speak with this concept? An anti-white tribunal is any anti-white or group of anti-whites that sit in judgment, meting punishment for heresy to anti-whiteism. Now, very often when Jim gets fired for being a racist, he has to go meet with someone in HR, right? And very often HR is occupied by females, right? And then what's the pushback on that? Well, a lot of people use the anti-white slur Karen, a perfectly wonderful white name. Anti-whites give white people a slander made out of one of our own names, and they immediately adopt it and stay firmly within the anti-white narrative as a consequence. Well, the Karen down at HR fired Jim for being a racist. How does that sound? Words are magic. They are literally magic. Do you want to wield the black magic of your victimization or the white magic of your liberation? So Jim had to go down to see an anti-white tribunal. Jim had to go before an anti-white tribunal. Jim had to sit before an anti-white tribunal that fired him for heresy to anti-whiteism, that fired him for not being anti-white enough. How does it sound now? Really feel, really allow yourself to feel, to think, to smell, to experience the difference. Jim went down to meet with the Karens in HR. What does that do for you right there? They went to meet. You're drawing up an image in your mind of white women. You know you're not drawing up image of non-white women. All of these really bold and courageous white people who are happy to use Karen for a slander, but would never use Shaniqua for a slander. And I don't mean anonymously. I mean at the community barbecue, where you know they're not going to say Shaniqua as a pejorative. You bring up an image of white women in your mind, and attached to the image of white women are all of these negatives. Sounds like anti-whiteism to me. Sounds like anti-whiteism 101 to me. All of this negativity associated with white females by using Karen. So Jim went down to see the Karens in HR. Jim was forced to sit at an anti-white tribunal. Jim was dragged before an anti-white tribunal. You feel indignant. You feel anger. Not just in the first place, it's just Jim, it's not you. Anti-white tribunal, that's coming for you. It's getting Jim today. It'll get you tomorrow. You can escape the Karens in HR. You can't escape the anti-white tribunal. Is this starting to make any sense? Are you seeing the difference in outcome? As the difference in your own thinking and therefore actions. The difference in your own thinking from one of selfishly individualistic to one that seeks individual well-being by way of communal or group well-being. Are you seeing the difference? One more, and then I'll check on your comments. Social lynching. Now, just an anti-white tribunal for a moment. It doesn't always have to be an organized setting. It doesn't have to always be work or school. It can be those environments. It very often is those environments. But it can be in a family setting. You can be dragged before an anti-white tribunal for various degrees of victimization, condemnation, slander. It can be one or multiple anti-whites sitting in judgment of you. I can see conversations now. Don't you drag me before some anti-white tribunal with this condemnation, husband, wife, mother, father. You're not sitting in moral judgment of me. I'm sitting in moral judgment of you with your despicable anti-whiteism. You see the difference? Social lynching. This is something that when anti-whites say, you all don't suffer, well, all of these are, but social lynching is omnipresent. We feel the threat of social lynching tangibly every single day. You see it writ large on every single white person. White people will deny it, but they know it's occurring in that subconscious mind. They can feel it from all of the entertainment that mind has interpreted as reality. And they know that any thoughts that alight upon not being anti-white enough brings them into social condemnation. And if significant enough, a social lynching. So what is a social lynching in the go-free practice of communication, of conversation? Social lynching. This is when friends, family, and strangers react negatively and often collectively to victimized Westmen who heretically deviate from anti-whiteism. Social lynching often begins with anti-white slurs and ends in ostracism and character and career assassination. The verbal framework, think about that, and this is why it is always in the background of a white person's life. That is to inflict significant lifelong trauma on a white person, is to have them of the mind that if they share an opinion, a belief, a misstep that isn't anti-white enough, that they could face social lynching, beginning with just an anti-white slur, and then maybe ending up going further into ostracism, and then even character and career assassination, destroying everything that you have worked for, your reputation, that to whatever degree you have minded, the work that you have done to get the good grades at school, to be the star at your workplace, to open and operate your business. And then what happens to it if you are socially lynched? No. This is a deep, abiding, lifelong concern for white people. Every single one of us. The verbal framework of Going Free wards against social lynching, as well as providing appropriate responses to it. I'm sure that you are seeing that right now. What happens to Jim at work when Jim says, hey, it's not fair to take our money away and give it to illegals, which of course anti-whites will turn around and say, they're not illegal, they're human beings. But you're not a human being because you're white, and you can be divested and fleeced and robbed of your inheritance and your dignity and your work in your own life, your efforts of your own life. All of that can be taken and should be taken from you. It's moral to do so. But Jim says he's at the workplace and he says it's not fair that all of this is being taken from us and we don't get any. We don't get free money for houses. We don't. They're living at our expense. Then he's hauled down before an anti-white tribunal for not being anti-white enough, for being heretical to anti-whiteism. And he's fired for it. Well, what happens with the friends at work, or the co-workers, really not friends, who maybe know him, Jim, in his neighborhood? Maybe they go to the same church or lodge, or they cheer for a sports ball team at the same restaurant, the same bar. Now Jim is waiting for the social lynching. More importantly, his wife and kids are waiting for the social lynching. How many times? I can't even count. Have I heard about white guys who have said something that wasn't anti-white enough? They are socially lynched, but before it even gets too bad, the wife and kids leave. There are actually stories that I could share about white guys who got socially lynched and who are thankful to God that their wife and kids have not left because of the pressure. So this is the effects, the outcome of social lynching. It's life ruining. It's the intimate setting. It's the professional setting. It's the public setting. It's the private setting. Life is ruined as a consequence. So Jim goes through, because of his comment and because he didn't craft things in our story, he didn't think about things in our story. He thought about it inside the anti-white narrative and articulated it as a consequence with their concepts. He ends up saying something like maybe even uses a racial slur about Hispanics. Racial slurs or otherwise slurs about other anti-whites involved in the entire operation. Then he ends up in front of, as a consequence, he ends up before getting a social lynching in the end, an anti-white tribunal for not being anti-white enough. We can see, just toss back to, maybe it was last Sunday, we talked about in the UK, a guy who posted on his, or it was Wednesday, on his Facebook page that they were giving away all our money to the immigrants who were raping our children. He didn't even say what race of immigrants. He could have argued that, oh, well, it was about the money. I was talking about the money, which would be the typical abstractionist, cowardly take. And they gave him 2 years in prison. So does it matter to use the proper concepts? Well, for decades, I've been saying it matters to the recapture of our destiny. Because if we don't use concepts that put us in our own story, we'll stay in their anti-white narrative where we can never recapture our destiny, where we can never escape their victimization. Now, we see people go into jail for big stints of their life. I mean, I guess they say now, over the past few decades, it's been happening. But a little bit more noticeable with the internet. Just today, we talked about a young man, a very young man in the UK, who went and waved the Union Jack outside of a mosque. Why would he go there? The old ideologies, the old vehicles told him that's the way to do it. Through the mouths of so-called leaders, content creators online. This is what you do. 2 years in jail for that. And that is the Go Free lesson of the day. If there are any questions or comments, we have 15 minutes. We'll have to rocket through them. I'll check really quickly for financial gifts as well. And it's good to see everybody here today. It's been a glorious gathering, as they always are. Really rocking out to the Slaughtz music, which is just amazing. And checking really quickly through here for financial gifts first. Nice to see so much conversation on Rumble today. That's cool. Let me see if there are any comments on the thread. We might have comments on the thread. And let's see, who else? Tag me as No Wine Guilt. Roxy talking about a skeleton of a white person that was older than American Indians. Yeah, I mean, that's a Solutrean, and that's why the guy down in the museum, the guy who ran the museum in D.C., lost his job talking about that. He's like, yeah, we got all these skeletons of white people, and we have these, more importantly, these arrow points from Europe, and even arrow points with stone from Europe that are older than the American Indians. And then, of course, you have the American Indian stories about the white giants that they killed off. That's still circulating somewhere on the internet. I'm sure they will, as soon as they can, delete it. Land of the Fake says anti-whiteism is abhorrent. It literally creates hell on earth. Very well put. Good brother. He says, I love it. Absolutely zero tolerance for anti-white behavior. Yes, indeed. I would have zero. There would be none. We're not going to honor their free speech. Call that. Yeah, we like free speech, so we're going to let the anti-whites burn us down? No, thank you. Absolutely not. Nationless says on Rumble, good point. Israel policy of defense is a system that we should employ. Yes, yes. 100%. Thane Eichenauer, Jason is out of the gates. All right, let me look at YouTube. One more question, says Boris Bulldog. How to deal with the meme pathogen stolen land? It's a great question as well when it comes to American Indians. And that's, of course, one of the arguments, one of the MPs, that the anti-whites, when giving away homes in the United States, which is radically anti-white, giving away homes to non-white people, excluding us. The idea, of course, in and of itself is garbage and will harm home buying, etc. But without even getting it, because plenty of people are going to talk about that anyhow, discuss what that does to the number of homes available in the market, the price of homes. I mean, just quick example, if Kamala decided to give away $25,000 to non-white people to buy homes, every home buyer would just immediately increase by $25,000. I mean, that's just like the basic, dumbest way to explain what would happen. People can understand that. But stolen land, well, they should have these houses. We stole it from them, or you stole it from them. I point out that when white people got to the Americas, there were red and brown tribes at war. Some of them had peaceful contact with each other, but there was regular conflict between these tribes. And then a white tribe joined in the conflict, and the white tribe won. And then the white tribe built America, Canada, etc. These beautiful places that now all of these red and brown people want to live in. So America is not a place. America is a place. It's a place. It's a country. It's a fiction. It is something that we create. So none of that is stolen. That's how I've handled it in the past. And when you point out that it was conflict, that there was conflict among red, brown, and white tribes, and that white people won in the end of the conflict, you can very clearly see in their faces that they are in a position they can't argue out of. Great question. Yet again, from Bulldog Boris. White girl is here. How lovely Europeans. Well, hello to you. Thank you for being here. Olarak is with us. Great to see you, brother, in our closing minutes that we have here. Is that Moran's Deep Throat? All of our Moran's Deep Throat, all of our victimizers lexicon. Yeah, exactly. They're deep throaters. You're right. They do. No problem picking up. That's one of the biggest ironies. If, you know, these people, they're going to love talking about the irony. I can see it already of people getting killed by a non-white who's from a new land in Germany at a diversity festival. There's no irony there at all. But the real irony is that these content creators out there in the white sympathetic, implied, and explicit sphere, that they'll refuse to use the concepts that benefit us, and that ostensibly their objective is to end our victimization, so that would benefit their case and their argument and finally give them some victories. But they immediately adopt the concepts given them by our victimizers, deep throating them absolutely, like a big mouth bass swallowing that hook all the way through its mouth and out its ass. They will just suck on them thing. The anti-whites want to be called social justice workers, warriors. They'll call them that. Okay. Want to be called liberal? Okay. Want to be called progressive? Sure. Want to be called woke? Absolutely. They'll just adopt anything that the anti-whites want. Never give them the names of their taking, and never take the names of their giving. That is one of our meme curatives. So a lesson for you to memorize. You never give them the name. You never call them what they want to be called. Communists, they want to be called that. Don't call them that. Marxists, they want to be called that. Don't call them that. Never give them the names of their taking, and never take the names of their, that includes calling yourself just the height of asininity to call yourself a racist or a bigot, or I've seen idiots proudly announce that they're homophobes. I mean, it's just, it's remarkable how stupid our people can be when it comes to our well-being. And it all stems from the selfish individualism. And incidentally, the selfish individualism is what gives birth to the environment for the anti-white phenomenon, anti-whiteism. Thinking about your well-being by way of your well-being is the end of a people. It doesn't work the same as John Smith's arguments for economy. The butcher is going to feed his family, but then he also feeds your family. It does not work the same way, because that takes place in the void of socialism. In the interaction of peoples, individualism is suicide in a world of collectives, and specifically selfish individualism is suicide in a world of collectives. So that's why this thinking about one's well-being by way of or through one's well-being has resulted in all of this. Has resulted in, well, Jim gets fired, it's not me. Those people get gutted with machetes, it's not me and my fam. I'll just move to a nicer area. Oh, powerful anti-whites move in, whether they're non-white or white. Well, I'll just villainy signal that I'm anti-white too, and let me get my resume together. If I'm working for them, they won't come after me. This is the answers. These are the conclusions that naturally occur from the selfish individualistic mindset. This is why we lost Western civilization. Not because there is some pernicious other that we allowed in. The other of any group would have always been seen as the other, and any effort to undermine our well-being would have been immediately rebuffed if we had a people. If we were, and what do I mean by having a people? Thinking about individual well-being by way of our people's well-being. That is what having and being a people is. That's the actual substance of it. The rest of it is just decoration. The rest of it is just adornment. You got a specific language, you got a specific accent, you have specific foods, you got a pretty flag or an ugly flag, whatever it is, you got specific holidays. That's just the embellishment on the substance, the raw marrow and bone and sinew and muscle of a people. Individual well-being by way of group well-being. And white people see it all the time in action, and it's just amazing. They complain about it, which is stupid, but true to form for selfish individualists that don't get an opportunity to hear from yours truly and people in this absolutely epic and glorious community. Go Free is a strategy. It is a strategy to use in your thinking, to use in your conversations, a way of talking about socio-political matters, religio-political matters, a way of talking about every aspect of our lives that puts us in our own story. The concepts seat us in our own story. And by doing so, we then decide what the outcome will be. We can see right now with this billionaire, this Telegram billionaire being arrested in France, the importance of the story in which you live your life. The anti-whites at the top know the importance of it. They know that that story, that fiction, that anti-white narrative is far more important than reality. It's infinitely more important than objective reality. And for those who don't understand that, I'm sorry you don't get it, but you should be smart enough to understand that you should follow that which works, that which has success, that which is replicable, what we do here, and scalable, what we do here. With this tiny community of heroes, we have gotten one of our concepts into the mouth of the most popular man on planet Earth, Donald Trump. We have much more to come. We'll have many more successes. But if you walk away from this Going Free gathering with anything, it should be the understanding, or at least the beginning, the inkling of an understanding, that the narrative, and in our case, the real world narrative is the anti-white narrative, is the most important thing in the universe. Reality be damned. Because the day after, and you're seeing it to a degree with Kamala, the day after something happens in the real world, the narrative, the telling of what happened takes over. All that matters is the narrative. Even when something happens in the real world, it is fictionalized. You are given some of it, not all of it. You are given some truth, half-truth, falsehood, fictionalized to suit the anti-white narrative as far as they can take the interpretation in the moment. And then in the ensuing weeks, months, years, it is completely transformed to conform to the anti-white narrative. Just like I said, I want you to think about this hardcore as we wrap up here on this Sunday gathering and get ready for another glorious week in service to white well-being. Really think about this. What I shared in my book, Crucible, sitting at that lunchroom table, junior high school, 7th and 8th grade, 11 through 13 years of age. And it dawned on me that this all was a storyline. This all was a gigantic anti-white narrative that the white kids at that school, and try to understand, I'm a child, and that school is my entire world, right? That's a giant chunk of my life. And I sat there thinking at the table, and I shared with bewildered friends who couldn't understand it, that the white kids who sat at that table the year before, the year before that, the year before that, they were the villains in this story. And that now, today, we are the villains. Why is it just as, for example, just as an aside or an important aside? Because you can't make amends for a crime you never committed. You cannot make up for something that you personally never did. And that is what's held over us as the reasoning to inflict endless injury. So we sitting at that table at that moment, we were the victims now of this, the villains in that anti-white narrative. And in the next year, when we moved away, when we were no longer sitting at that table, the next group of white kids would be the villains in that story. And then the next after that, the white kids sitting at that table would be the next group playing the villains in that story. And folks, that was many, many years ago. That school still exists, still full of students, white ones. What are the kids sitting at that table today? I love you all. Let's go free.